Hello, Joe.
Hi, how are you?
How's it going?
Good. Nice to meet you.
Elements.
Yeah. Elements Financial. We're Eli Lilly's credit union.
Wow.
Yeah, just based out of Indianapolis. So it was kind of a hike to get here, but we don't have a lot of meetups like this in Indiana, so I'm pretty excited about it.
I guess just not
Mind if I take a
Indianapolis,
picture of that
but
cover?
in,
Sure.
Appreciate it. I think Facebook is building a
Thank you.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Huh, I had no idea.
The Midwest is really taking off
Yeah,
about this.
I was a little
Crazy
disappointed with
development.
that book, but I can't put my finger on exactly why I was disappointed with that book. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for.
Is your company also
I
just using Azure?
I'm actually an IT technician, so I work on a help desk, and yeah, we definitely use Azure. I'm just here because I want to learn more about it. I mean,
That's awesome.
yeah, I use it
so LinkedIn.
pretty much like a help desk function. So we don't do a lot of really deep technical things with it. You know, device management, user management, things like that. But yeah, that's
Hey, Drake.
like I just want
Yeah,
to
sir.
learn
Mics are hot. FYI.
Okay, thanks for the heads up. I decided that we're gonna start 10 minutes late. I realized I put a meetup and gonna start time at the same time.
Right now,
People always drive a little parking walk time.
With those tutorials out there, getting
3:30 arrival.
and
I put on this.
classmates. Project Microsoft Azure is the next ecosystem.
I mean, there's a smoothie place next door.
very cool. That's awesome.
Yes.
Good. Just want to make sure I got that right.
This is my figure to make it easy.
It is a nice name tag though. I'm just over here with my little flimsy piece of paper here. Going on.
I made that logo myself.
Free, that's awesome. Do you do anything with 3D printing?
Unfortunately, no. I heard it.
Yeah, one of the guys I work with is an engineer who kind of works hand in hand for help desk. He's done a lot with 3D printing in the past. So that actually will give me a few ideas about content. I don't know if it'd be happy.
We are going to get started here in, I guess, 15, 20 minutes or so. So just hanging out.
Definitely. Well, I mean, you know, it shows, well, to me, that shows initiative and also shows creativity because it's like, you're pretty much standing up kind of we just have our little paper name tags here. We're going all out. We've got, what is that, plastic?
As I told you, figure to make it easy.
So, okay, well, I think that's honestly,
One day, I will hopefully get all the resources to actually launch data.
so is that actually the logo for your future? Oh, dude, that's awesome. So, I guess what would Data's primary functions be?
Probably multi-cloud or Azure if they. My biggest partner that wants to do
It's pretty cool.
so the reason I'm here is getting to know the professionals why they were in the industry, why
Do you have, no, it's really serious, right? So it's like, do you have any websites or website?
I'm working on it. I do.
So like datalow.com,
You'll be surprised. .com don't work on XYZ.OTD.
So I know you said you were a student, right? Undergrad or
Undergrad.
Okay.
International student. So this is actually one of these. The government has very strict regulations for international students. I'm not a student. That's the textbook. Well, the real reason is, as international students, federal taxes. So the government looks like that, and we can't get money out of it. You don't get money. So I am just being a student as a sub. Learning because you'll be surprised. There's, as far as I'm concerned, around here, zero cloud technology already.
And so I did.
Even just basic IT.
But I am convinced that product faculty or
system. I actually have an IT neighbor that I really even just as I know you're he has to do a individual contracting IT work, probably for like 5 to 10 years. Really he's like full hands-on trying to feel the
That's happening for you.
cloud what if I get you like one? I can take a picture of your profile and reach out to you.
Oh yeah.
Definitely did not.
I've been enjoying it.
Hey.
Well, I think probably can't really be a lot of things. A lot of things like, that's the same.
So there's a open source version of shirts for okay, and it's very customizable. And like every version of
I'm sorry.
there's a pretty good like they got we don't have any content. There's actually two pages. This makes it yeah. Seven years ago at this point, I was making a
4 minutes, we're getting close. Do you wanna, are you trying to start live stream like Rocky said?
yeah, live stream started.
Do you wanna figure your own test, or you?
I think it's ready to go. Like we just need to rotate the camera.
Okay, perfect.
And whoever the speakers needs to pick up the mic.
Okay.
I made an announcement earlier just saying we're gonna get started. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're good. Yeah,
There's a water dispenser.
coffee.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's on tap.
Yeah.
Sparkling and still.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Spared no expense.
Software class where we did touch some of this. I thought it was operated by John Hammond Kane, but it's a 30-minute talk.
My last class, we game record John Hammond.
I love it.
Like 7 years ago, early next year, January 4th.
I'm gonna start with a master's. I'll go to the PhD. I feel like I gotta build more. Yeah, I don't want to overwhelm myself with
Going straight into a PhD program is
hurdles. Yeah. No, my cousin's doing it, and it's like, but he can handle that sort of thing. Like he did an internship. He'll be fine.
Okay, we just rotated the cam. I think we're gonna get our first speaker here going. Drake, you're the MC, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just doing the introductions first.
Mic up, dude.
Okay.
You can hold it or.
Yes.
You ready?
Yes.
We got a mic here for you.
Awesome.
Just clip it onto your clippy clip.
Well, whatever. Let me actually take that phone.
Yeah. Get yourself settled. No worries, man.
Much appreciated.
Be careful. The clip's a little springy or not springy.
Oh, I see.
It's not. You might need two hands.
Yeah, let me actually put this down first then. There shouldn't really be anybody out in the hallway, so we let people keep trickling in. I'm not too worried.
I would hang out out there and I'll like the rest.
Yeah, that works. We can do that. All right. Okay, I'm doing the introductions first, so you have a minute.
Yeah. Let me, what time? Oh, crap.
You have a minute.
I have a minute.
No rush, but I'm going to be doing the introductions for a minute. Sorry, we started a little bit late, just giving people time to trickle in. I always forget when people are at a new spot, there's always parking issues. You know how it is. Is that everybody out there is all in? Perfect, then we are good to go. So, welcome everybody to the to the Global Azure Community Conference in Columbus. Woo! We did it. A little last minute because the Azure DevOps Meetup is still new, still growing, but we're going to do it better every year. So I'm just going to do some brief housekeeping, then we'll get into our first speaker. Here's the schedule. It's been flashing on the screen earlier. It was in the Meetup event. We are, don't worry, we have some extra time in here. Speakers should be about 30 minutes. There will be 5 minutes between them. Feel free to go to the bathroom. We have coffee, water, sparkling water, and soda. The sodas are in the fridge now, so they may be cold when you grab one. No promises. And then we will have pizza later, but it's not out there yet. So if you're starving, good luck. We should go till about 6:15, and then we'll wrap up, do some networking here. Might move to a bar if anybody has a suggestion nearby that's not totally full of college students.
Or crew fan.
I mean, college students are fine. College students in bars near OSU campus after 7 on a weekend, maybe not. Is there? I don't know anything about sports. I didn't know there was a game. Okay, so a couple housekeeping items. Columbus Azure is one of the presenters of this group that we are hosting it. Find us on Meetup, come to our meetups. We meet every fourth Wednesday in person at a variety of different offices around Columbus. The next one is this Wednesday. I do not remember the topic, but it'll be really good. Dan King on endpoint vulnerabilities. So,
He's a Microsoft employee.
nice. If you would like to submit a talk, we are looking for more speakers. So if you were like, man, this Azure stuff is so cool and I want to talk more about it, want to learn more about it, please come talk with us or submit through this link, which is why it's there. Code and Coffee, so that is the other co-host of this, Noel, who is out front directing people in. They meet in this office every other Saturday. It is, I think at this point, the biggest meetup in Columbus through sheer volume of people that come through the door because they have 40 to 50 people here every week. It's a great community. Strongly recommend coming out. They are also looking for sponsors because they have now started bringing in pizza and drinks to every meeting. So it's a good time, especially if you like kind of working with and mentoring younger developers. This is where younger developers come to ask questions. It's a really good time. Sponsors, Leading Edge is an awesome consulting firm that works in Azure and AWS. At least one of our speakers is from Leading Edge. They are highly recommended, Columbus area, well respected, and they really care about solving problems fundamentally. So check them out if you need tech solutions. Then that's the schedule again, which I believe is my last slide. Perfect.
Prizes.
Oh, prizes.
We have 5 tickets to the Columbus Symphony, Mozart's Mass, on May 24th.
Oh, apparently we have tickets for Columbus Symphony. I'm repeating because I have a mic on. Tickets for Columbus Symphony on May 24th. And we're going to give them out by...
Random number.
We're going to do some raffle later, so people online might be a little harder to get them for you. I think they're physical tickets, I assume.
You have to be present.
Yeah, to be present to win. Sorry. Yeah, don't drive that fast. drive a reasonable speed. Yeah, and that we will now get into our first talk. Mike A, as he is known in the Columbus area, is right next. I will say all the speakers here are amazing. I think one of them has not personally taught me so far, but every single other one has actually been a personal teacher of mine, at least in one way. Mike A is amazing. He is the person that first introduced me to, ironically, AWS Code Whisperer and a couple of cool things with AI, and you're going to have a great time with him today learning about some of the new developments in AI on Azure. So I will mic off.
Yeah. So is it just, do I need to turn it on, or?
Yeah, you're good. It's on.
Oh, it's on? Awesome. Oh, tight. Okay. I'm just going to plug this in. Yes, I'd be happy to. Oop, not there, and over here. Excellent. All right. Awesome. Yes. Yes. Fun time to get started. So, hello everybody. So I'm going to be talking to you all today about this new paper coming out of Microsoft called AutoDev for Automated AI-Driven Development. Now, AutoDev, I don't know if anyone here is familiar with different automated agentic AI sort of frameworks. Particularly Devin is one that came out recently. So anybody familiar with Devin here? Raise your hand. Okay, a few people. So this paper actually came out the next day after Devin's announcement, for anybody here who is coming in from that sort of understanding. So AutoDev specifically is what's known as a multi-agent agentic framework for development purposes, primarily as of right now. And the whole idea about it is, as you can see, you have your individual self as a user. You would then define an objective within a conversational manager, which initiates a conversation object for a set of agents to then be coordinated and set up to accomplish that objective through a series of tasks that can be defined within the agent scheduler, which sets up the different agents as well as has them running through these individual tasks. Now, once the agent scheduler has set up the agents, and by the way, you can configure all of these different agents and their accesses to different tools and configurations for what they can do within this sort of framework. But the whole idea is that you take the agents that then get generated from the agent scheduler and then have them go through and parse out the different tasks between the different agents through different prioritizations. I'm not going to get too deep into those for the sake of this discussion, but you essentially go through and you accomplish each of the tasks. So you have, the way you go about doing that involves the parser here, which essentially confirms and validates any potential commands that can be found for the individual agents to then use. And it just confirms that these commands are valid to then initiate a given command and invoke it for accomplishing each of the individual tasks towards the objective. And that comes in the form of output, which is then organized for the individual different commands that get invoked. So from the commands that get invoked through the parser, once those have been validated and invoked, you have a different sets of tools associated with each of these agents. So these agents can, say, be given access to do file editing. They can retrieve information on search commands or through different type of embeddings that can be applied for like calling in information externally or from within the repository itself. You also have build and execution commands to actually build and execute code within your given repository, in addition to testing where you have maybe you want to run a singular test, multiple tests, an entire test suite, as well as any Git operations associated with your code repository. And all of this is ran through the evaluation environment where you have a given state of the environment and as well as the code repository where all of this can get executed. And one of the significant benefits that you get with a multi-agent framework such as AutoDev is that all of this can be set up within a singular Docker container. So this entire environment can be ran within Docker on the cloud in a secure capacity, so external from any additional environments that you may want to have running. So all of this is to say that the value of AutoDev is that you have multiple AI agents that can act autonomously with supervision to accomplish both development tasks and potentially IT operations tasks as well. And that's kind of where I want to take this discussion as well. I think one of the main benefits that you get from a tool like this primarily goes into development first and foremost. You have a lot of different code adjustments like file editing, maybe. So think about, has anybody here used LLMs before? That's another thing that I probably want to, okay, so a good few of you here. So for people who are familiar with LLMs or things like GitHub Copilot or Copilot Chat, you have a large language model where you're typing in a request and receiving an output either in the form of code or suggestions. This sort of framework is taking things one step further where you're actually letting the AI autonomously act towards making larger modifications beyond, say, an initial code suggestion or a quick swap out or just possible things that could be done, right? So what I kind of envision and what I think Azure might be capable of moving towards, given that all of the pieces are really there, since we have multi-agent frameworks independent of development such as AutoGen from Microsoft, which is an open source multi-agent framework, I think that is built in to AutoDev as a part of this framework. What you could then do is leverage this, not just for the development side of things, but have it integrated through maybe a different Azure service. I have been calling it in my head like AI agents for Azure, or A3 for short, where you have this sort of mentality of leveraging these agents to do actions within Azure. Because right now we have some integrations of AI where it's similar to like a Copilot setup where you have a lot of recommendations, maybe a few minor things that can be done, but nothing really significantly autonomous. Like, say for example, I wanted to adjust into my infrastructure as code. Maybe I have some ARM templates that I want to make sure are still properly right-sized and are not drifting in any significant capacity. Like maybe I want to have the AI agent be able to adjust those ARM templates to my given specifications. And then I'll maybe have some sort of review in that process, or I'll potentially go in there myself and confirm the changes that have been made by this sort of agent, right? So that could be a potential use case. A lot of infrastructure as code can apply in that same way. Say, for example, maybe you have some Terraform configurations. Mark, I know you're a big fan of Terraform here. Maybe you have some Terraform configurations that you want adjusted that you're just not really feeling like taking care of right now. They're relatively minor, but you can have the agent go in, just make those adjustments, send you like a PR to just kind of review, and then just run that through. And Terraform applied, you're good to go, right? So that's another potential case as well. And you can adjust the control and access for these agents within AutoDev, and just expanding that to a DevOps environment will, say for example, I have a set of credentials that I want to give this agent access to do specific actions on my behalf, right? Maybe you have a given identity associated with the agents or multiple agents by default that you can customize. And you can switch out the models at any given time, both in AutoDev and AutoGen, and in this new sort of service that I'm proposing here, this sort of potential future of DevOps development, where you have a particular model by default, like maybe the best model, maybe a model that is well integrated and specially customized for Azure and other types of DevOps work. And you could then leverage that in your given DevOps processes. So maybe you could have it set up to automate Azure monitoring, maybe have it, hey, maybe set up these sort of budget alerts so I don't go over this given amount of money allocated for the different services that I have running for this application. Maybe I want to have security monitoring and regular code testing through Azure Sentinel, for example, and making sure that all of that is kind of properly coordinated and is easily accessible for the agent to use. And maybe I just have a particular agent or particular domain information that I can apply to the agent in addition to the given customizations provided through Azure that would then make it easier for the AI to have the contextual awareness to then apply the infrastructural changes as it relates to my business use cases or business objectives, if you will. So all of these things kind of exist as possibilities for being able to effectively integrate AI agents in a way that still provides a developer or a DevOps engineer with significant amounts of control over their ecosystem, but an extended level of control. Because one of the biggest problems you get with really any cloud provider is that the ecosystem is so large, it's very difficult to know enough in certain cases, or as much as you possibly can to really be able to leverage all of the tools in an effective and efficient way. But when you can define custom agents that understand a particular service to a T, or have particular agents coordinate between different services through the context and tools available through a multi-agent framework, and you can customize all of that for your given needs in your given cloud platform, you really can start to leverage the value of these agents in a way that still gives you significantly more control within the environment, within your provider, that you might not have otherwise had, maybe just due to your own lack of understanding of the given services available and the full extent of what they could potentially do to solve a business task or a professional issue that you're running into with your infrastructure or within your code. So these are all things that I think are really going to be the future of DevOps over the next few years, especially as these models get better. You can plug and play them out as you see fit, bring in whatever model you find to be helpful, and just have all of that running and being your sort of one-stop concierge to Azure as your given cloud platform provider of choice. So with that all being said, I think that's pretty much the main stuff I wanted to cover in my talk. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I think you've done a really awesome job of describing all the various benefits
Mm-hmm.
of something like super cool and futuristic like this.
Mhm.
Do you think that you could just go into just briefly some of the concerns or challenges that might be presented to the autonomy given to these agents?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think one of the big questions, thank you for that question, by the way, because there are a lot of potential concerns in the short term that I want to outline.
Repeat a summary of the question for the remote people.
Yes. So for anybody who's remote, who's watching, the question that was asked are what could be some of the potential limitations or concerns about applying this technology in at least the short term, but also potentially in the long term as well. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. So again, great question. I did want to emphasize that yes, currently as of right now, there are significant technical challenges. Like for example, within this paper itself, one of the concerns that I had, and one of the concerns that do generally exist for any type of agentic framework, whether it's AutoDev or Devin or different open source alternatives that you might find that aren't as well integrated into any given environment, is that they aren't really being rigorously tested for the type of work you would want them to do right now. And it's not to say that they can't do that type of work. It's just that the current testing, like in this paper, for example, was only done on human eval, which is essentially a bunch of LeetCode level questions. And that testing a bot on LeetCode level questions when you want it to do DevOps work is kind of like testing a developer on a bunch of LeetCode questions to see if they can actually handle being a production level software engineer or DevOps engineer, right? It's not.
So it's our normal interview process then?
Yeah, exactly. It's essentially just a normal interview process, but even then it doesn't really do as well as you would want it to when you have these types of like proper benchmarks on, say, solving GitHub code issues, like the software engineering benchmark or the SWE bench is another type of benchmark where it's just having these types of models solve coding issues. And even Devin or some of the other open source models only get to like 12 or 13% when you apply them. So it's not the best at these type of things, and I wouldn't want to like leave it alone right now, but as models get better, that percentage will likely increase. But even if it gets to like 90% of being able to solve questions within those types of benchmarks, you still want somebody keeping an eye on it, because that's 10% of the time where things could go horribly wrong. And a developer will still need to be kept in the loop. The goal of this technology is to extend your capacity as a DevOps engineer within a given cloud environment where you might not be as familiar. Ultimately, you're the one with the final call and the final say. This tool is just extending your ability for applying these things. But another point that I did want to mention as well is that the permissions question, what level of permissions do you want to give these tools to work, is really another big concern that you want to keep in mind. Like, you don't want to give it too much access to your environment. You still want to apply principle of least privilege, but you could also use these tools to manage principle of least privilege as well. Say, for example, you have an identity through Active Directory, or is it Entra now? Active Directory, Entra, like say you have an identity there and certain levels of access associated with that identity. Maybe you want to ask this agent to review all of your different identities and see if their access is rightly sized. Like, are there too many superfluous permissions for a given identity? And if so, which ones could we potentially remove, either due to their maybe not being used or they're not being particularly reasonable to give to a person doing a particular task with a given identity. So you could leverage these tools. And I would say that a problem that used to be the case that has been solved to an extent by AutoGen is the issue of non-determinism. I think the way AutoGen handles this through caching is really useful, because once you've completed a task successfully, as long as that task doesn't change, you can just call the cached process for doing so. So you don't actually have to run the LLMs again to accomplish the same task and run into potential non-determinism. And again, I think that's a really good benefit of AutoGen, which is a part of AutoDev. They've kind of built it in, baked it in to a certain extent for the multi-agent element of this framework. Yes, Drake.
So following up that, are there any situations where it could actually use a cached answer and just improve upon that instead of generating the answer fully from scratch? Just because if there's already a validated answer, I would assume that editing that might be a higher likelihood of success than generating the answer fully from scratch.
Yes, there are multiple ways you could go about setting that up with a caching system. That's an excellent question. So just to review really quickly for anybody watching remotely, the question that was asked is, if you have a cached solution, is there a way that you can iterate on that cached solution or make it better or improve upon it or apply it from there? Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So that being said, yeah, there are a lot of ways you could go about doing that. Like some of the open source projects I reviewed in the past had just a JSON file with all of the different actions being taken by an agent. And you could literally just edit parts of that file to streamline the entire workflow process that had already been essentially cached for that previous example. Now, I don't believe that's how it's set up for AutoGen, but you could apply something like that, or just have a system where any superfluous commands could be cleared out, or anything where there are certain iterations that don't go anywhere, just detecting that within the cache and then tossing it out, and then having a much more streamlined workflow. Or again, you could just go and manually you have a means of going in and manually editing a file, like maybe a JSON file or a YAML file that has each of the actions taken within a given cached workflow. So there are different ways you could go about doing it. Again, this is highly customizable, and that level of granular control is really what's going to help developers leverage these tools. Yes, Kemi.
Hey, thank you so much, Mike, for the wonderful presentation. Do you want to ask, so it seems that the problem originated from these big cloud platform having way too many options and puts human developers into analysis paralysis, or but without the big terms and the fancy names. So one way I agree is to have an AI expert to help you with this. But would you say that this, or do you see this as a window of opportunity for also new cloud contenders to contenders to come up with simpler yet as efficient, as versatile options to these big players that have millions of options and nobody gets happy by the end of the day?
That's an interesting question. So for everybody who's still watching remotely, the question that was asked.
We're making the audience now.
Oh, awesome. Okay. So with that, thank you for the question, Kevin. So I do see opportunities for potential disruption, not just within Azure, but in other cloud providers as well, where how you potentially leverage these new agents and this new AI technology to essentially make it easier to navigate your cloud platform or to streamline certain processes in navigating your cloud platform. That option does exist, not just for the current players, but for potentially new ones who want to get in. But ultimately, one of the biggest barriers for a cloud provider is the capital expense of setting up a bunch of data centers. So that first and foremost is what you have to consider. If they haven't done the groundwork of the capital expense that goes into setting up these different data centers with all of the appropriate infrastructure, you can't really set up a proper cloud environment that can leverage all of this. So I would say primarily, I can see a lot of the major cloud platforms such as Azure, such as AWS, such as Google Cloud, even Oracle, they all have the potential opportunity to leverage this technology to streamline these processes. But I think Microsoft, and particularly Azure, are in a good position for leveraging these technologies because they have all of the integrations, they have all of the framework tech associated, they have the model access that they need, and all the deals associated for additional open source models. So I think Azure in particular is in a very good position to leverage this sort of streamlining through these AI agents and these multiple AI agents within their given cloud platform, as opposed to the other cloud providers who are still just trying to catch up either on models or on frameworks to leverage multiple agents or just agentic models to begin with. So it's one of those things where there is opportunity, but certain players have a better starting point to leverage those opportunities than others. And that's, like I said, I think Azure is definitely first in line with regards to this tech.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
Hello. I have a basic question, which is, from your perspective, what do you think is the advantage of Azure over AWS? And I have talked to the recruiter here, and they talk that AWS is actually more common in Columbus than Azure.
That's an interesting question. So, I mean, there are different things that each of the cloud providers do very well that I can appreciate. I don't think that one cloud provider wins out among all the others necessarily. I think, for example, AWS is really great if you are a developer trying to do infrastructure and operations tasks. Like, it's a lot more dev-oriented. Azure is a lot more functional in certain ways. Like, if you're a network engineer, you're going to appreciate the private cloud options, the virtual private cloud options that come in with Azure on that side of things. You're also going to have more functional understanding of the different services just by the names alone. Because Azure, one of the things that they bring to the table are functional names that you know what the service is from reading it. Like, yeah, SQL database. Okay, then my SQL database.
Elastic Beanstalk is so clear.
S3 is great. It's blob storage, right? So it's. Again, it makes it kind of easier to pick up Azure in a lot of ways if you're coming in without an IT or a dev, or if you're coming in with a dev background in terms of the functionality of things like naming conventions and certain tool sets. Like Active Directory has a lot more intricacies that can make it more robust and customizable, or Entra, again, name change, sorry. But yeah, you have a lot more customizability in terms of identities and through tenants and all that. So there are different things that services excel at. CloudFormation it's interesting from AWS's side of things. I like the infrastructure as code options there, but with Terraform, you really get a lot more customizability for infrastructure as code, so you don't really need to focus too much on the cloud provider. But that's neither here nor there. Each cloud provider has their pros and cons and what you can get out of them. So ultimately, the main focus is to consider that, right?
5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes. Oh, I mean, I can call it now. If anybody has any other questions? I hope that answered your question, by the way. Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Then I will wander back up. You will see far too much of my face. Thank you again, Mike. It was great talk.
Thank you.
I don't want to clap on the mic, so I'm trying. So we're good on schedule now, so there is a short break between. This is your chance to go to the bathroom, to grab drinks. Also, there are open seats in the middle and open seats in the front, and we're all friends. People that join late, come on up, fill in the comfy chairs. If you want to have a table, feel free to join us up here. And just take 5 minutes. We're going to change the mics, set up the presentation. So yeah. Should we be charging the mics in between? Is the battery good for the whole time?
They're good.
Okay. Do you need a clicker? Do you need anything?
I got my clicker. How's the audio sounding for you?
Yeah, audio's good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just put it in your laptop.
It's on. It's on.
Yeah, Mike had it kind of like that as well.
Go.
You have like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Give it a few minutes and then I'll come up and intro you and then you'll be good to go.
Okay. Sounds good.
And you can put it here or you can put it here.
Here's good because that way I get peripheral with folks and all that good stuff, right?
For software developers, I do paper readings like once a month. Like the one I did this one a couple days ago. So it just goes over the paper specifically independent of the process.
Thank you. I don't want to trip. I have enough dexterity issues as it is.
Not that one. Not. Yeah. If you look at, it'll be up soon. I don't believe that recording is up for it yet. Oh, that's more of a response. There's a form associated with it. Let me actually give you the image, and then you can.
Great.
Yeah, that's not. I will also send you the link to that as well, but that's going to take at least some time next week.
Take your time.
I'll send you both. But thank you, Ken. Like I said, I'll reach out on it.
I want to say thanks for the book.
Oh, sure.
Again, that's,
It happens.
it happens. Yeah.
It happens.
It definitely happens. But yeah, just let me answer all the questions.
Your opinion on Google?
Oh, did I do the opinion?
You did.
Oh, yeah. It's
One of these, I'm very glad that you're in attendance for, and I'll let you guess which one of these projects.
it's definitely her. Let's put it that way. It's definitely her. It doesn't have nearly as many services, and it's not as like enterprise focused, or at least not as much enterprise focused as.
Yes.
I would say it's much more enterprise focused.
Do you recognize this costume, by the way?
More hobbyist focused, less cost.
Yeah, it's Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. Neil Patrick Harris. Something. That's me right there.
You could do it nationwide. You could do it any enterprise with Fortune 500 type company. Like it doesn't. The whole idea is just kind of streamlining. Like the ecosystem in general for a lot of the major cloud providers is just massive, and you're most likely not going to be able to learn everything about it if you're facing. So
That's overrated as well.
It kind of is, but like a lot of people want to stay sane. But that's the thing ultimately.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of.
It's a vacuum cleaner for the keyboard. But LinkedIn actually did not like this picture. They're like, Matt, you can't include this in your course because you're holding a gun. I'm like, I'm literally not. But thankfully I had one of me just going like this and we just swapped it out.
But they're like, yeah, we're not that okay with you having this picture in your course. I'm like, fine. So all I was doing was demonstrating Azure AI Vision's background removal capabilities.
Well, it seems like it would be very hard to tell that being a gun, given the fact that I don't think guns have a long kind of thing.
Or a brush at the end of the plug, no, but
Yeah.
but it's really good for cleaning your keyboard. Yeah, I don't have an actual freeze ray, so.
You got 1 minute.
Well, I'm waiting for you to introduce
I
me,
know,
right?
I know. That's why I'm letting you,
Yeah.
making you aware.
Does that also clean down the mouse device as well, too?
It will suck up anything that's suck upable.
What is your opinion on Dr. Horrible versus Friezo's freeze rays?
I am a big fan of Dr. Horrible.
It's one of my reoccurring cosplays. I have a full everything, and I go around with a giant Bluetooth speaker.
I'll get away from you so we don't get double mic.
Okay, looks like we're still a little bit ahead of schedule, but everybody's already seated, so might as well kick it off. We are, and I probably should be in the camera. So we are lucky to have Matt Eland here with us. He is an MVP of AI on Azure, so he knows what he's talking about. And he's been a personal teacher of mine all the way back to when I started in software development. He is a great person to listen to and very active in the local tech scene in Columbus. He is one of the co-organizers of the .NET Central Columbus.
The Central Ohio.NET Developers Group.
I was close. So yeah. Yeah, he was better at it. I know, that's why I'm telling you to listen to him, not me. Yeah, you just walk out during my talk, my recommendation. So yeah, really excited to have him and give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Mike gave a wonderful, detailed technical talk on a nice research paper. This is a very different talk. This is not going to be a very detailed technical talk. This is going to be a ridiculous talk, as the title implies. So I am Matt Eland. I've been in Columbus for 20 plus years. It's my tech home, and it's my dream to make it as good of a home as I can for people getting into tech now. So it's great to see so many folks here today. It's great to have this event going on. So thank you for having this. This is awesome. I am an AI specialist. Actually, I'm a senior solutions developer 2/AI specialist at Leading Edge up in Dublin, Ohio. We are sponsoring today's event, which I'm very thankful for us doing. But we are a consultancy helping clients throughout Columbus and throughout the world with their projects. We do a lot of DevOps transformations, technical debt, project work. I do a lot of AI work with us, and it's a lot of fun. So if you're ever interested in getting into consulting or having a consultancy help you out, come chat with me. I'm happy to hook you up. But this is about the ridiculous things I do in my spare time. And I was actually really delighted to come here and see all the little bobbleheads in the lobby, because what I do is whenever I do a new AI project or book project or course project or whatever, I have a bobblehead to represent that project. And I just kind of keep it on my shelf. Then I'm going to start needing multiple shelves now for these bobbleheads, because I'm starting to get a lot of these projects. And today I'm going to talk to you about a number of these projects that I've done, many of which involve Azure, but not all. However, yes, all of them involve Microsoft technologies in some form or another, even if it's just VS Code. So let's start with that Microsoft MVP thing. So Microsoft says, hey, we're gonna recognize people for their key contributions in technical areas. Believe it or not, mine was primarily related to the movie Die Hard. Rewind back to 2021, and I was on the couch and I was cruising Reddit, and I came across a meme about Die Hard and it being a Christmas movie. And I'd known my wife for about 10 years at that point. And I said, hey, honey, what do you think about Die Hard? Is it a Christmas movie? Is it not? We've never had this conversation. She's like, why the heck would it be considered a Christmas movie? I'm like, oh no, we're having this conversation. And so I pled my case of why it is a Christmas movie, and she said why it isn't a Christmas movie and why I should be locked up. And normally we would have laughed and moved on and watched TV and whatever was next, right? But the day before, I had actually passed the Azure AI Fundamentals certification. And on that certification, they covered automated machine learning with Azure, okay? And so I'm like, wait a minute, this is a machine learning problem. This is a classification problem. If I can put together a data set of movies, I can have a machine learning model tell me whether or not Die Hard should be considered a Christmas movie. And so I spent my Halloween weekend of 2021 doing just that. I built a data set of movies. I fed it to Azure's automated machine learning. I said, hey, I'm trying to do a classification task. And what you do is you just say, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do a classification experiment. Here's my data set. Here are the columns I care about. Here's the compute resource I want you to use. Go throw data science at the wall and see what sticks. At the moment, I wasn't a data scientist. I was just starting that journey of getting deep into machine learning. And so I didn't know the difference between logistic regression and linear regression, for example, right? But Azure knew those things. And it knew how to transform my data to get the best results. And what it did is it said, hey, man, I tried these 30 models on your data, and here's the best performing one. And here's a bunch of metrics that say it's the best performing one, and the things that it's not very good at. And this gave me a whole lot to Google, by the way. Sorry, it's an Azure event. This gave me a whole lot to Bing. And so I learned a whole lot of data science terms from this, right? And I was able to say, okay, well, this is good. And my first models weren't performing very well. And so I learned a lot about the data science process and cleaning up your data and improving your data and just getting things better. And ultimately, I came up with a model that was actually pretty reliable and pretty performant. And so I said, fine. Well, this model knows a lot about movies and movies that are Christmas movies and non-Christmas movies. It knows nothing about Die Hard. So now I'm going to give it some JSON representing the movie Die Hard. I'm going to have it predict the value of the is Christmas movie column. And it came back with a 1. In other words, yippee-ki-yay, Die Hard's a Christmas movie, right?
On Christmas or something?
Second movie is also a Christmas movie. I didn't look at Die Hard 3. I don't think
also Christmas in July and everything.
Yeah. But this is Die Hard, and yeah, that was my weekend, and I am expecting the Nobel Peace Prize to come my way sometime, but it hasn't come my way. I'm wondering, maybe it went to Microsoft instead. I'm not sure. Well, we're still working on that Nobel Peace Prize thing. So this actually wasn't the first machine learning experiment I ever did. The first machine learning experiment I ever did was because I like to sleep in. And I hated waking up in the morning and having to scrape off my car. But even more, I hated waking up in the morning and finding out I didn't need to scrape off my car. And so I trained a machine learning regression model to predict the number of minutes I'd need to spend scraping off my windshield based on the prior night's forecast and values that I manually entered every morning based on how much time it took me to defrost my windshield. It took me 3 months to come up with a good data set for my windshield in my parking spot at my apartment, but I had a valid model that was usable for me for about half a week. Because the next thing that happened is I suddenly got paralyzed and I couldn't drive anymore. And by the time I could drive again, we had a garage. But still, I learned a lot about machine learning in that process, right? So that was my first machine learning experiment. Let me talk to you about my first AI experiment. My dad got me a book that was full of all sorts of different AI algorithms. And in this book was something on genetic algorithms, which is a flavor of reinforcement learning. And I thought it was so cool to be able to represent life in terms of genes, in terms of preferences, A and B and C, and evolving basically an optimal set of genes to solve a problem. It's kind of an abstract way of thinking, and nowadays we tend to do more of this with neural nets than genetic algorithms, but I was still very interested in it. At the time, I was suffering a lot from depression, and my world was really my room. And outside, there were squirrels and rabbits and my dogs out in the yard. And so I said, well, fine, let's simulate that. Let's build a simulation of a squirrel and a dog and a tree and an acorn and a rabbit. And the rabbit's going to wander around randomly, the dog's going to stay put, and can we train the squirrel to go get the acorn and get to the tree without getting near the dog and dying? And so I represented the attractiveness of each tile in terms of genes. So a squirrel would start out randomly saying, hey, I value tiles that are near the rabbit. I value tiles that are near the acorn. And this basically let it build a heat map of what tiles it liked. And so you look at the squirrel, it's going to go to the tile that's most attractive to it. And it sort of follows it like a little marble following a curve of a hill. And so I was able to evolve these things using genetics and mutation and crossbreeding and things like that. And you have enough generations, and you have a squirrel that's now able to say, hey, I need to avoid the dog, go towards the acorn, and then go towards the tree. And you give it a fitness function. You say, hey, here's what makes a good squirrel versus a bad one. If you live a long time, you're a good squirrel. If you get to eat the acorn, you're a great squirrel. If you get to get back to the tree with the acorn, you're a fantastic squirrel. I'm going to penalize you if you get killed by the dog. And that fitness function is what helps it find what's an optimal solution versus a suboptimal, okay? And this worked. It took maybe 10, 20 generations for it to find a good solution. And I was about ready to just say, okay, cool, I did some genetic algorithms, let's move on to the next project. But then I said, wait a minute. What happens if I modify that fitness function to give the squirrel a lot of extra brownie points if the rabbit happens to die? Squirrel can't attack anything, shouldn't do anything. And yet, it was actually able to find a solution to this problem that I didn't think could be solved. And this squirrel evolved into a herding squirrel that gradually would herd that rabbit towards the dog. The dog would eat it. The rabbit would say, okay, my job is done. I'm going to go eat my stuff. So it solved a problem I didn't even know was possible to solve. And that's what got me so excited about artificial intelligence back in 2004, 2005, something like that. Also, dying to the grunts and Half-Life really got me excited about it as well. So let's talk about game-related AI. Anybody ever heard of the pandemic?
Yes.
Okay, some people here have heard of the pandemic. Pandemic hit, and I didn't have people around to play board games with, and that made me sad. And so I was thinking about my favorite game, One Night Ultimate Werewolf. And I was like, well, wait a minute. I could build an AI to play One Night Ultimate Werewolf with me. Because all it is building a probabilistic model of, hey, I think this player here might have the werewolf card, or I think this might have happened, and what can I lie as? What can I bluff as? So can I build an AI that's going to fool me as a human player? Is it going to be able to tell me a compelling lie? And so nothing could go wrong teaching an AI how to lie, right? So I built a probability model of the game space. I said, hey, this player knows that they started as a werewolf. They know that no other player was the werewolf, so the werewolf card must be in the middle. They did get to look at this card in the middle. They saw it was a seer. Oh, you can claim that you were the seer, and you saw a werewolf and a blank, based on probabilities, right? And so I used the boringest technology in the world, probabilities and statistics, to train an AI to lie to me. And it worked really well. And I'm actually very happy to share that I get to revisit this experiment and add in large language models to actually add in text and have it understand me and tell me lies convincingly. And this gets to be featured in a new edition of Game AI Uncovered, sorry for the quality of the photo, coming out in 2026. So I'm really excited that this gets to be included in that book. So very happy about that. So I've been working on that recently, and that's a lot of fun project to work on. All right, anybody here ever heard of television? Okay, I've heard of television as well. I like television, and I have historically liked Doctor Who. Doctor Who has, that is from my wedding, and no, I didn't wear that at the altar, though I did think about it. Doctor Who has maybe not been as good as it was before. And pardon my phrasing, but I started thinking about data analytics and what would it take to make Doctor Who great again? Again, pardon my phrasing. And so I used a data analytics experiment to say, what makes a good episode of Doctor Who versus a bad episode of Doctor Who? What are the contributing factors? Okay? And so I took this data set of Doctor Who episodes and their ratings and their viewerships and things like that, and I started looking at, well, okay, is it the composer? Is it the producer? Is it whether it occurs in the past, the present, the future? Is it that it occurs on Earth or in space or in the TARDIS or wherever it is, right? And I looked at all these different factors. And I built a principal component analysis model to see what are the major factors. And what I ultimately came up with was a pair of major recommendations. My first recommendation was, dude, we got to get back David Tennant, because David Tennant is awesome, right? Now, he's not my favorite Doctor. I love Matt Smith. I just relate a little bit more with him, but that's okay. The model said David Tennant. The model also said Russell T. Davies, okay? So those are my recommendations, like, well, yeah, that's never happening. We don't have, those folks have moved on. But I went ahead and I presented this a couple years ago at Sci-Fi DevCon. And I said, hey, here's my recommendations. Now, I don't mean to brag, but about a half year later, Disney announces, hey, we're bringing back David Tennant. We're bringing back Stephen Moffat. I'm like, hey, all right, this is good. So I'm not saying they watched my presentation. They totally watched my presentation. I kid. Disney, don't sue me. We all know that they don't listen to the fans anyway. So I have a dog. He's a wonderful dog, and in the winter we like to play hockey in the basement. So I'll shoot street hockey balls at at the goalposts and he'll bark at them, right? And then he'll help me find them, right? He doesn't chase them, he just helps me find them. But every so often we'll get these balls lost in our basement. And I was like, this is a pain. Well, wait a minute, I can solve this with Azure. Because of course I can, right? It's what I did is I took a bunch of pictures of these balls, and I trained I trained an Azure AI custom vision object detection model around them. I drew a little bounding box around all the balls in these images from all over the house, but particularly in my basement. And I trained a custom object detection model using Azure AI Vision. And now I'm able to give it any picture, and it says, hey, Matt, here it is right over here behind the water heater. Like, okay, cool. Very effective, very good accuracy on that model. Here's another use of Azure AI Vision. Again, another use of custom vision. Last summer, I trained a pair of machine learning models to beat me at rock, paper, scissors. One of those models was using Azure AI custom vision to classify my motions as either rock, paper, or scissors. Right? I trained it based on other people's hand images, but it worked very effectively on mine. I also had another model that's a non-visual model that basically looked at the last 3 games and what I did and whether I won or where I lost to predict what I was about to do the next game. And the net result of these 2 models was I had something that could interpret what I did, and I also had something that could predict ahead of time what I would do so it would beat me. And so that's the story of how Matt skipped class last summer at Franklin University and got an A on his project. But it was really effective. Shameless plug time. If you are curious about computer vision, Azure Custom Vision, I actually just released a course with LinkedIn last week. So check that out. It's related to the Azure AI Engineer AI 102 certification. It's also going to be helpful if you're going for the Azure AI 900 AI Fundamentals certification. But it's free on LinkedIn Learning if you're a subscriber for that. And I am amazed at the LinkedIn platform because it's got 1,500 bookmarks already. I'm like, holy cow, this is a specialty course that released last week. But LinkedIn Learning is awesome. Leading Edge is also awesome. We have something coming up called Edgeovation Days where we all get to build fun projects. And I'm on a team of people who are building something called a mocking mirror that will basically use computer vision to analyze whoever comes up to the mirror and say, oh, you're wearing a lovely dress tonight. Or maybe it uses custom vision to say, oh, it's my coworker Terry. Well, let's mock Terry. So that's a project we have coming up in a couple weeks using all these Azure AI technologies. Let's talk about other things I do that are questionable uses of my judgment in Azure AI technologies. I love my dog. He's a wonderful dog. He's very loud. He barks a lot, but he's a cute guy. But when I think about his life and what I can do to help his life and improve his quality of life, his life really comes down to a few things. He's looking at things, he's barking, he's listening to my words somewhat. He kind of responds to commands sometimes, like, you want to go on a walk? Or, oh, do you want a treat? He understands what I'm saying. And he also can infer a little bit from tone based on what I'm saying, right? Good, bad, that kind of things. And he also has his own creative expressions. And I said, well, hey, let's make my dog's life easier. And so I used Azure AI to do that. Okay? So I use Azure AI services with computer vision, so I can take an image and look out the window and say, what does my dog see? I can use text-to-speech. So if it sees a rabbit or a squirrel in the yard, it can say, woof, 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 I saw a squirrel. Woof, 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 I saw a rabbit. That kind of thing. Squirrel!
Yeah, there.
Speech to text. I can speak to this thing, and it uses the microphone of the system to understand my words, to take my words from a WAV file into just a string of text. Can use conversational language understanding to classify those words into an intent, much like She Who Shall Not Be Named from Amazon does when you're talking to your things. So you're like, hey, tell me a joke, that kind of thing, right? And then the last thing I added to this was Azure OpenAI. So it can actually respond intelligently when I say, hey, you want to go on a walk, or tell me a joke about PHP developers, something like that, right? And I put all this together into this little kit with a stuffed dog, a speaker, and a webcam with googly eyes on it, okay? And I went to so many conferences last year and presented about this. I'm really, really shocked that TSA didn't just disappear me, because I carried this thing around in a little gun case. Last September, I was walking around OSU campus with a gun case, and nobody asked me about it. It was weird, but this is what I do with my life. But this project got me thinking. I'm like, wait a minute. This thing is kind of a joke for teaching, but I could actually build a larger AI system out of this. And so I, of course, am Batman. It's well documented. And I decided to build the Bat computer. And I could say, hey, what are the major APIs or capabilities I could add into this thing to have an intelligent conversation with an Alfred agent and say, like, hey, what bat suit should I wear tomorrow, or where is the Riddler likely to be hiding around Gotham City, right? The common tasks I deal with on a daily basis. And when you think about these large language models that we deal with, they have their limitations, right? They were trained on data that's obsolete by the time you're using the data, right? So some ways that we have of working with that is you can use an Azure AI search resource that's indexed a lot of knowledge base articles that you have available to you. For example, I've trained it on my blogs, and it's able to give me references to things in my blogs on how things should work. But that's just one piece of information. You can also use retrieval augmented generation to go out and query for new data if you have one source of data. So you can query a database or Bing search or something like that. But if you have a whole lot of different sources or different data sources, then you are starting to get into AI orchestration capabilities. And Microsoft just released something called semantic kernel, which is very similar to LangChain in concept, and that works with AI orchestration. So you can sort of integrate all these different capabilities. And so I started doing that with this thing. And I started saying, okay, well, here's the weather. Here's the conference agenda for this conference I'm about to go to. Here's the details for the city. Here's my wardrobe. Here's all these things. And what I basically wound up building is something that I'm lovingly call Hat GPT. But I could say, hey, what should I wear tomorrow? And it says, well, based on your wardrobe, based on the local weather, I think you should do this. And it does that based on combining different skills that I gave it. It creates an automated plan that says, I think I can get the weather, I think I can get your wardrobe, I think I can get your geolocation, and I can combine all these things together to give you a coherent answer on this, right? And that's a ridiculous use of it, but that's what I'm all about, right? A less ridiculous use would be something around maybe answering a question about your quarter one earnings at your organization, or helping you identify leads for upselling, or something like that, right? But I do the ridiculous, that's what I am about. So let's talk about how to make you all mad data scientists, okay? So I have a set of recommendations for you that I would like to give you. First, obligatory Sephiroth slide, because, he's a good guy. He loves his books, really does. I recommend that you learn a little about a lot of things, right? The more things you know of, the more you can go off later on and search and expand your knowledge, right? If you are somebody who doesn't feel very confident in an area, go off and follow a tutorial, right? Find a guided tutorial. For example, if you like classification and machine learning, you want to get started with that, Kaggle.com is a wonderful data science community, and they will walk you through the most morbid example I can imagine, which is basically predicting if someone would have lived or died on the Titanic. But there's so many tutorials about that one experiment alone. Again, very morbid, very odd, but that's a standard data science thing. I think you should always take a look at what interests you. So, for example, Doctor Who interests me a lot, and I was like, okay, well, what makes a good episode versus a bad one? Or sometimes I'm like, I'd really like to play with machine learning. Oh, Die Hard, let's use that. Or, oh, semantic kernel is really interesting. What could I do with that? Right? So find something that interests you and go build a project out of it. Really small project, okay? Next, try to do the craziest thing you can imagine while still keeping it a very small experiment. My automating my dog with Azure AI Services talk came out of this idea of what do I know that I can teach to people, and what's the craziest thing I could send to a conference that they might actually accept? And a lot of them accepted it. That still weirds me out. Actually, there was a year, 2022, I had at least 1 week of that year for hotel rooms paid by conferences to talk to people about Die Hard. I'm like, what even is my life right now? It was great. You're going to make mistakes. That's okay. That's why you're playing with ridiculous things and not customer data, right? You're going to run into dead ends, and you're going to learn from those. The number of models I had for Die Hard that didn't perform very well was very high. And that taught me a little bit more about the ways I needed to change my experiment, to change my data source, to change what I was trying. Right? That experiment made me into a data scientist more than anything else did. So don't be discouraged by your mistakes. That's just signs that you're trying something and bumping into obstacles. Just adapt and try something else. Find other people who are interested in these things, or are farther along than these things. Going back to Die Hard, I had reached an issue with my experiment. I'm not sure I can get past this performance threshold. And then I saw just a random post on LinkedIn. Someone was talking about the curse of dimensionality. I'd never heard of this term before, but it was exactly the problem I was dealing with because I had so many columns and not enough data to support it. And that led me down the road of discovery to make things better. Most important recommendation I have for you, have fun, right? This stuff should be fun. Learning new things is fun. Sharing about new things is fun. Don't put a lot of expectations on yourself. You're not required to finish your projects, right? The Bat computer, the best thing it can do right now is tell me what hat to wear. That's okay, right? It taught me about the limits of these technologies and how to teach them to other people and how to get better. And that's okay, that's what you're looking for. So go build small, ridiculous things. Thanks for having me. Thanks for organizing the conference. This is gonna be a lot of fun. What questions do you have for me about the random crazy things that I do? What you got?
What were the predictors that went into the first model that you wrote for Christmas? I really have to know.
So the predictors that went into the first model for Die Hard. Die Hard is actually a class imbalance problem where you have much more movies that are non-Christmas movies than Christmas movies. Sure. So the earliest model that I trained just said nothing's a Christmas movie. It had 99% accuracy. Yeah. So really there were no important predictors. But once I solved the class imbalance issue, the most important predictor was the time of the year and then the genre.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like what were just like name
Five columns that went, name 5 columns that went into that. I'm just fair. Like how many columns went into it, and then which ones were the most relevant ones? Because I'm curious. Cause I saw you you had an AOC score, well, you said ROC, which was okay. So you had an ROC curve that was towards the corner, which was made it like a useful model. I was very curious. And then I didn't see the F1 score for the confusion matrix, but yeah, I was just kind of curious, like what were the parameters that went into that, so that way you could actually determine. That way you're not like, I don't know, I didn't see the F1 score, so I don't know how biased your model was, because you already kind of implied that.
I've done that model 6-7 times, and it comes up with different algorithms every time, and slightly different F1 scores and all that good stuff. But typically the most important thing to it at the end is the keywords column. Once I gave it keywords, it said, oh, the inclusion of Christmas party, the inclusion of Christmas Eve, the inclusion of holiday. These are good indicators of a Christmas movie.
So you were just using then XGBoost, random forest, or logistic regression for that then?
So Azure Automated Machine Learning will try all of those and just see which works well. So yeah, those were all some of the models it came up with, but really it just was a matter of the dice, of rolling the dice there.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I was curious, because
well,
I know AutoML, well, you could use I don't know, grid search cross-validation or whatever crazy optimization algorithm that's already in there.
Yeah, it's got a lot of good stuff on there. Azure uses scikit-learn under the hood, and it works really well. What you got, Mike?
I did want to ask if you were familiar. There is actually there's actually a paper on the werewolf game that you had. I'm sorry, I'm just blanking on the name. But there was actually a paper on using generative AI to specifically play that game between multiple agents. So I was kind of curious if you'd heard about that. It actually came out last year. I can send it to you if you're curious.
Please send that to me. I'm not aware of that. If my title slide with me and the mad scientist coat is maybe not a good indicator, I'm kind of a hack, and that's okay. But I would be curious to read that paper.
That sounds great. And additionally, on jumping off of the questions asked by Ray, I was just kind of curious, because it seems more like an anomaly detection problem. I was just kind of curious if you'd consider that as an option as well.
For Die Hard? For
Die Hard, yes.
Yeah. I could see an argument made that for it being an anomaly detection, I view Christmas movie as more of a minority class than an anomaly. And fair. My goal was really to play with classification anyway, so that biased me.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
Easy point.
Philip, what you got?
When you're looking at determining on which movies are considered Christmas movies, do you look at the context of the film itself, of does it take place at Christmas time, or do you look at the actual release date of when that movie was released, if it got released around Christmas time?
So that's a great question. My process for determining what is and isn't a Christmas movie in my training data set was to look at the court of popular opinion. So I went out, I used Bing search, again, thank you Microsoft, and I said lists of Christmas movies, and I took the top 5 lists, I compiled the list of movies that occurred in those lists, and then if something occurred in at least 2 out of the 5, I said yes, it's a Christmas movie, okay? That excluded a couple of interesting outliers. Interestingly enough, of those 5 lists, all 5 of them mentioned Die Hard. 4 of them had it as a Christmas movie. One of them said, sorry, John McClane, you're not a Christmas movie. But that didn't really matter because Die Hard wasn't in my training data. So that was kind of an interesting anomaly. What you got?
Does the Bat computer, will the Bat computer ever be able to make contingency plans?
Will the Bat computer ever be able to make contingency plans? I actually have contingency plans around the Bat computer. But as to whether it can make contingency plans, I'm going to decline to answer at this time for legal reasons.
that could become bad eventually.
No. What you got?
How you decide which training model and algorithms for your different topics, different project, and if you switch those algorithms, would it produce different results?
So every algorithm that you switch is going to produce a different result to some degree or another for some of the data that it handles versus other parts of the data. At the time I was doing this Die Hard experiment for the first time, I didn't know a whole lot about these things. So I let automated ML say, hey, here's the models that I tried, here's the ones that are the most effective, and then I looked into those. So for me, it wasn't as much model selection. It was me trying to get past the sheer learning curve of data science, right? You think about all these things you have to learn, the metrics, the models, the process, the tools, all these things, right? That's what I like about automated machine learning on Azure is it eases that learning curve for you. Now, before you to take your model and deploy it to production, you absolutely need to understand all those things. But I was just trying to have fun with a point of contention with my wife and I, right? And nowadays I understand all those a lot more, and so I understand the ones that I should use and shouldn't use, and the dangers of, say, a random forest and things like that, right?
We have 3 minutes, so try to fit a couple more in.
The question I have is, how do you get the data that you're going for?
So how do I get the data I'm going for? It depends on what I'm doing. Most of my data sources I'll get from Kaggle, because I'm not trying to do anything hugely impactful, hugely meaningful if it's wrong, right? The Doctor Who episodes, that came from Kaggle. The list of Christmas movies, or the list of movie data was from Kaggle, and then I augmented it with the lists of Christmas movies versus not, so I used feature engineering to add a new column there. I have used my own internal data sources for work. I have, and those are just data sources we curate as an organization for my clients. I have used data sources I collect via APIs, but you got to be careful with that because there could be conditions in those APIs. Don't use this data for training, that kind of thing, right? And then some of those things I just manually entered in. So my windshield scraping experiment, that was data entry. When I got to work, I just put in a little Excel sheet. Hey, here's how much it took me to scrape my windshield this morning. That kind of thing.
Thank you. Yeah. Any questions towards the back since I was biased towards the front earlier? No. Okay.
Yes, I was wondering that since you've gained more experience as a data scientist, if you were to redo the Die Hard project as just a data science project, what would you do differently, or is there a different way you would approach it now?
So I've done the project again a couple times. One of the ways I did it again was to use the Python SDK for automated ML, so you don't have to just use the portal. You can actually spin up your resources that way. And that way you get a little bit more control over it, over the models considered, and the process and all that stuff. I've also done it with scikit-learn a little bit. I want to do it with ML.NET because I'm doing more and more with ML.NET nowadays. The hard part about that is the effective column wound up being the keywords column. And so that gets into your whole bag of words and text processing. And machine learning gets a lot muddier when you get into text analysis and how you encode that. But that is something I do want to get back into with ML.NET at some point in the future. Yeah, it's all a process of learning, right? Just like programming.
You're at time.
All right, thank you, my friend.
So thank you again, Matt. That was an amazing talk. I feel really bad for whoever has to go next.
They're probably talking about something more serious than me, right?
Yeah. Okay, so 5 minutes. Take a break. There are seats towards the front, so anybody that came in late, there's still a couple open seats that you can wander towards, and we have more chairs we fill up, so we can pull out more chairs. I'm really happy to see that we are almost running out of chairs. That's a good sign. Thank you all so much. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
And this book is available for anybody who's curious and wants it. Sold.
I sincerely feel bad for who has to go.
Yeah, well, me too. But even before I saw I was in program, I just felt bad in general.
I'm just glad I didn't have to follow you around.
So have you done Star Wars yet?
No, but my talk at Star Trek is Star Wars themed about tech debt and the Empire.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
For somebody who's not a programmer in that background, how can they get on the stools?
They're pretty. Do you want one?
You know,
Automated email, I think is very nice. You don't have to write any code, right? You're using the portal. You're saying, hey, I want to do this, this, and this. This is the experiment I'm trying to do.
I think I only
do
have
you have to
Excel.
pay for those
Yes.
memberships?
Yeah, that's part of Azure, so everything on Azure you have to pay for. But the nice thing about that is that it spins up a resource and then stops it, right? So you're paying for the processing time while you're training it. I think it cost me about $30 the whole weekend, training like probably 10 models, something like that. The most expensive part is that if you actually take your model and deploy it as a service, and then it's basically like paying for an active. Yeah. But just playing around with automated machine learning, that's a lot cheaper than you'd think.
In addition to Azure, are there any other options?
Yes. AWS I think has their own option now. ML.net, that is a programming option. They have automated ML as well. But that's again code.
That's what
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good questions.
Thank you.
Hello. How are you? I am a little hot and sweaty. How are you?
Good. So I was an AWS director. I was a tech manager.
Okay. Okay.
And so,
What's your name? I'm sorry.
Shira.
Shira.
Yeah,
Okay.
during the
I remember you.
Yeah. This is my first
Nice to meet you.
So I'm actually doing one of the Azure design certifications.
Nice.
What you were doing, I have no idea that you were certificating and I was also doing this is the time I was like 7.
I got into it late, but I love Matt Smith. I love Matt Smith.
Yeah, so I've been watching it.
Is this the one I should have?
Yeah.
That's the Azure.
That's
I think
and
that's.
the day I watched the last episode.
I just wanted the logo.
From like
Little buttons.
I've watched a couple of the classic seasons,
What is this
but not much. Right? But yeah, it's such a fun show.
Sorry, I'm trying to get
Oh yeah, no, sorry.
Here it goes.
I'm just being annoying.
Right, yeah. And like I said, I've been around since I was.
Stickers.
So I may have some
Yeah.
further questions for you as I get more into my training.
Please.
Yeah.
Please. LinkedIn is great. Yeah. I didn't recognize you.
Oh, it's okay.
This is fine. I tried to do some
If you wanna,
code everything.
I don't know if you want to post about it.
You can post on LinkedIn.
So are you covering Cosmos?
I never mind.
Yeah.
It's always good for my employer too.
I'm confused. You think that I wouldn't cover Cosmos?
Thanks again.
Yeah.
You think I wouldn't cover like 60% of all Azure database options?
Oh,
we use?
come on. It does a lot of things.
Okay, if we're talking cloud native,
Yeah.
if we're talking cloud native, I think it'd be over 60. Wouldn't it? It's a lot. So my account.
zero before.
Oh, yeah. Cooper got whatever he found at the store. We have drinks, that's what I'll say. That's a success.
It's a lovely event you have going on here. Do you know roughly how many online?
You know when people are online?
There are people.
Ballpark, 500?
I've seen like 15.
15?
I just need ballpark numbers for reporting it to Microsoft. Because, you know, he'll come after
Gotta
me.
play that game.
He'll come after me. He'll come after me. Well, I'm assuming at this point
Oh,
we're
wait.
doing this.
I need to take count of how many attendees for every event?
For MVP, like documentation.
We should have this talk today.
Yes. I'm going for it this year or next year. Sooner rather than later. Why not?
We'll have this talk today.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Camera's trained on you. If you got a mic, you're good to go.
Yep. Okay. Mind yelling outside that we're starting?
Yeah, I was just being simple. I like to present it. I'm going to get my master's this summer. He's not.
We got 20 viewers.
Okay. Oh, 20 online. I didn't do a full count in the audience, but I think we're up to 50, 40? That's a lot. I'm happy. More the better. Okay. So I know you're already all sick of my voice, which is why I'm now going to be talking to you the next 30 minutes, so you're stuck with me. My name's Drake, and I will be covering a much more boring talk, which is just database options on Azure. Because as was mentioned before, there's a lot of options, so you might need some help. I know I did. So I'm a senior software engineer with Rogue Fitness, and I do a lot of work with cloud modernization and cloud migrations and app modernizations in AWS and Azure. Although obviously I'm more Azure focused, and couple certifications out of the pile are all Azure focused. This presentation exists because databases are really important. You will not have any of our modern apps without them, and because there are too many options to know how to select. So the goal of this presentation is to give you a framework for how to make decisions about databases. It's going to be a simplified one. It's a bit more of an introduction, but this will at least get you thinking in the right terms, talking the right language for making selections. And then I will cover how to configure a free database on Azure for personal projects because, yeah, you need a free database for your personal projects. I have lots of stories. So first question, what is a database? A database is a structured set of data held in a computer, especially one accessible in various ways. So does that mean that a folder full of PowerPoints is a database? Maybe. It's debatable. It's a little bit of a weird definition, but mostly we'll be talking about more standard databases. And then the obvious next question is, how do we evaluate if a database is the right solution for a situation? And here's where we talk about non-functional requirements, NFRs. So people know about functional requirements. A functional requirement is, does a unit, does a service, does it perform the intended purpose? So let's say I had a water filter, and the functional requirement is it takes ocean water and makes it drinkable for humans, makes it potable water. So, okay, you're a customer, you're down in Florida after a hurricane, you want to buy a water filter to filter ocean water. So you're like, oh, I need a filter to filter water, make it clean and drinkable. Great, here's the filter. It filters 1 gallon a week. It costs $2 million, and it won't be there for 5 years, but it filters the water great. It's like, that doesn't meet any of my requirements. This is garbage. I don't care that it filters really well. It costs $1 million, and it won't even be there until I'm already dead of dehydration. So functional requirements are what it does. Non-functional requirements are what it is. This is a common list of non-functional requirements. There are various lists, but things like extensibility. How easy is it to add new features to software, to databases? Availability. Even if your app's really good, is it always available? This will vary because all these things are trade-offs also, very important. You can have an app that's easier to add more things to, but then it becomes less reliable. Scalability. Maybe you have an app that works really well for 10 people but wouldn't function for 5 million. Then, I don't know, Facebook wouldn't buy it. Maybe the Bat computer is really solid for one Batman, but what if there were 10 Batman and it just stopped working? Reliability, similar thing. Maintainability, how long can it last? How well can it function over time? There's probably some really great databases that aren't really used anymore. Security, a lot of them actually are really obvious. I'm not going to go into detail for all of them. Testability, deployability, reusability, readability, configurability, and performance. So just know that these are all trade-offs, and these are not necessarily does the software do the thing. Like, I don't know, does this software translate English to Spanish? It could translate well, but it's totally insecure, or it's crazy, or it's very reliable. These are separate from the actual functionality in some ways. And there are a bunch of different standards. There's not a standard list of the NFRs you need to know. This is, I forget what this is from. I think it's from one of the Azure frameworks. I don't remember which one. But like reliability, security, optimization, operational ops, excellence, and performance efficiency. And the biggest one in my mind for NFRs overall, it's always about the money. It doesn't matter how good it works if it costs too much money. And especially this is important because any database can do anything. Lots of scare quotes. Because you could have, I don't know, a SQL database, and you use it to store, let's say, PowerPoints and Kindle book files in a SQL database. Will that technically work? Yes. Do you want to do it? Probably not. But if you're willing to pay enough money for a powerful SQL database, that technically works. There's a bunch of weird things you can do, so it's really how do we get to use the most efficient database for a solution based on like what is efficiency? Is efficiency security? Is it reliability? Is it cost? So that's the big thing to think about. It's not, oh, can this database do what I want? It probably can. It's can it do it well? Can it meet my other requirements? So there's a lot of different types of database structures. That's the first thing we're going to talk about, is do I want a structured, semi-structured, or unstructured database? A structured one, think SQL, think relational databases. A semi-structured are a lot of varieties of NoSQL databases, such as document, graphical, keyvar, blob, keyvar, and others. Key value pair. I don't know if it's keyvar. Key value pair and others. And then an unstructured one would be more like blob storage, just pretty much no structure going on. I'll go into these in a bit more depth. A SQL database, who here is familiar with SQL databases? Yeah, vast majority, very common. They're so common that that all other types of databases are called NoSQL, which I mean, like, that's impressive. Like, that's how you know you've made it. It's like, imagine if I could say, like, I don't know, I work for Rebel Fitness, well, I should be starting soon. So if I could say there's Rebel Fitness equipment and then there's other non-Rebel Fitness equipment, that would be an achievement. It has rows and columns, and all the rows all have the same columns. There's a schema on right, so when you're trying to insert data, it validates that it's the right type. And it's really reliable. There's a lot of reusable benefits, but it's a pain to deploy. You have to do a bunch of configuration changes if you want to change a single column. If I want to change it from, I don't know, an int to a long, it can be a nightmare. Just even changing single columns or adding some and doing updates. But, so variety of benefits, variety of drawbacks, as well as scalability. It doesn't scale well horizontally. Get more into that later, maybe. And yes, SQL, the query language, is not the same as the database. Just throwing that out there. They're related, they're not the same thing. You can actually use SQL query language to query non-SQL databases. Not confusing at all. Document databases. This is one of the more common forms of NoSQL databases, which is essentially there is a key and then there is a JSON of some shape. The benefit of this is it has some structure. You can search based off of the various keys and values inside of it, inside of the JSON. but also you can insert kind of whatever you want. So it's really easy to configure. If we're working with a fast-changing company and they want to start, I don't know, measuring favorite color for their customers, they can do that, add it in, no extra configuration work. And then especially in Azure, they are very deployable, very scalable. We'll get back to that later with Cosmos. But if you're trying to do complex queries between different types of data, complex searches, it costs more than a SQL database would. Some of that complex, interconnected stuff, it can do it, but once again, you pay for that either in speed and reliability and cost. And then graph databases, I'm trying to pick just a few of like different types. This is a database specifically made for capturing relationships. So you'd have nodes, like, I don't know, let's say Mark and myself are both on LinkedIn. If you didn't know this, people are on LinkedIn. I assume none of you are in the room. It's a very new thing, and no software developers use it ever. My sarcasm is great. But nodes are the individuals, and edges are the relationships. So somebody likes a post, somebody comments, somebody owns things. This captures specifically highly interconnected data sets. For example, if you wanted to do searches of what's connected to what to do something like a Facebook marketing campaign, this is way more efficient than a SQL or a document database for that kind of solution. So it's great at relationships. It is garbage at everything else. It is a very specialized database. And this is just a sampling to show you the kind of different things are out there and how they are specialized for different uses. There are a lot more NoSQL databases. I got 30 minutes. So just be aware, there are too many to go over, and there are more and more niche ones that solve certain problems very well. So next we come to database management. So first was the structure of the database. Next is how we actually manage it from an infrastructure side. To badly oversimplify, so is everybody here familiar with infrastructure as code platform, or infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service?
Software as a service.
Okay. I'm not seeing a ton of enthusiasm, so I'll cover them a little bit. Infrastructure as a service is if you set all the configurations yourself. Azure gives you a pretty much blank compute resource, an empty VM, and you have to set what operating system is on it. You have to do all your downloads. Everything is kind of set up from scratch, which gives you a lot of customizability, but it is a nightmare to configure. This one spent like 2 weeks trying to configure a virtual machine scale set to be a, what was it? It was a running agent for Azure deployments. Ugh. Stories. None of them are good. I didn't succeed after 2 weeks. Moving on. Platform as a service is Azure does part of the work for you, but not all of it. So think a web app. So Azure sets it up so that it can run, I don't know, let's say JavaScript. It does all the downloads for you, but you still have some configuration. You're actually writing your own code to run in there. And then software as a service, that is something like Gmail. You don't touch any code. It is fully set up for you. You don't really see software as a service for databases. There is Azure Dataverse, Azure Dataverse, which is part of their low-code platform. If you have questions about that, ask afterwards. Would not recommend. Not a big fan. It can't do complex queries. Different story. But so we're just going to talk about infrastructure service and platform as a service. So infrastructure service, configurable. It's very commonly used for lift and shift because if you have a fragile legacy application, you can put in exactly your previous settings into the cloud. Just drop them in, super easy, no changes. However, if you're making a cloud native application, making a new application, you're going to go for the platform as a service options 9 times out of 10 because they often have massive cost reductions. They have things like updates and security partially managed by Azure, which takes a lot of load off you. You don't need to, I don't know, if you forget to run a new patch, that can be very bad. Azure handles that for you. And then they also allow a lot of scaling options, other benefits, where it takes a load off your shoulders. Generally, when you can, a platform as a service option is preferred. I say generally because it depends is the motto of all software developers. So now let's look at what those actually look like as options on Azure. So relational databases. You have the SQL database service. That is PaaS. You just click go and it makes a SQL database for you, handles things under the hood. Infrastructure as a service would be a virtual machine running SQL. You can even just have a regular virtual machine, or you can have a SQL virtual machine which is partially configured for you, because there's actually a lot of things that are wiggle room in the middle. For example, a SQL managed instance is kind of in between because it's still mostly configurable, but Azure has done a couple of the basic steps to make it more optimal to run SQL. So there is, we say platform as a service, infrastructure as a service. It's actually a massive gray area, which contains other things like, I don't know, containers as a service, and other things like that. And then also it is worth mentioning, since somebody made the AWS versus Azure question earlier, it is nice to run SQL on Azure because Azure owns SQL, so they have discounts on licenses, but there are certain kind of things that you prefer to run on AWS, like video streaming. But for SQL databases specifically, Azure has some cost benefits generally. For NoSQL databases in Azure, there are technically multiple options. Obviously, if you run a virtual machine, you can put anything on it. Like it's a computer. You can run whatever database you want on your computer locally. You can run it on an infrastructure service. But if we're talking about platform as a service on Azure, it's Cosmos. Technically, you could use, I don't know, like Redis Cache is a platform as a service database, a couple other options, but it's going to be Cosmos most of the time. And Cosmos is really cool because it has different API setups that use different types of databases. So the NoSQL one is a document database. The Cassandra is a wide column. The tables a value pair. Apache Gremlin is a graph database. So these are actually different kinds of databases all under the hoods of Cosmos. The benefit of being on Cosmos is that it's very easily scalable by default. There's a bunch of cost benefits, and it's also globally available. So if you're working with platforms as a service, Cosmos is pretty common for new projects. Then, so we've covered structure of database, and then we covered management. Next, it comes to cost. There's a lot here. So I'm going to cover the bare basics, which is capacity and pricing. There are provisioned or serverless options on Azure. A serverless option means the database only starts up when you trigger it, so it can go to sleep and save you money the rest of the time. This can be a really good option for some like personal projects or smaller things where you're trying to just save as much as you can, or for loads that only run part of the time. But provisioned is usually more efficient if you have a consistent throughput. And provisioned is saying, we have this amount of compute available for the database all the time, and same with this amount of total memory. And there are a bunch of different tiers, and you can see this is just in the standard tier for SQL databases. There is a 300 times difference between the least and most expensive options. So there is a lot of issues of how good a database do you want? How fast does it have to respond? How complex are the queries? Because this is where the question of saving money versus performance versus speed comes into play. And then service tiers as well. There is standard, there's basic, there's premium, other things there, and also some various other configurations, especially in Cosmos. You can configure something to be more reliable or faster. There's actually a way to configure that. Like I said, not going to get into all of it. Just be aware these are the kinds of trade-offs you're making, and with cost being another big factor. And beyond that, there's often auto-scaling abilities available, especially for platform as a service options. You can technically do it for some of the infrastructure as a code option if you set up scale sets, but it'd be a lot easier to scale with the platform as a service options because they have that built into the service. Yeah, I think that's everything there. Yeah, go for it.
So if I was a student
Mm-hmm.
and I wanted to play around with the SQL database, would you recommend DTUs or vCores?
I think that if you're going for the absolute cheapest option, I believe DTUs have a cheaper option, and I believe they also have a serverless configuration. So I set that up for a personal project once for a silent auction thing I was making that it got somewhere, we didn't get it very far. And I think that I was spending maybe 30 cents a month because most of the time I was asleep. Sure, it was a pain to use because the first time I'd run the app, it would take like a minute to start, and then if you stop using it for more than 30 minutes, it shuts off, but also 30 cents a month, and yeah, totally worth it to get the cheaper option.
Conversely, I had a student who did the cheapest V-cores, and he got a $200 bill at the end of the month.
Yeah. Oh, big thing to remember with Azure in general. Azure is, they're not selling you products, they're selling you services. Like, let's say you were buying gasoline from a gas station. That gas, you then drive with it, it gets used up. If you drove around and used up all the gas and then asked for a refund, would you get it? No, because you used up the gas. If you ate food and then tried to get a refund, would you get it? No, because you ate the food. You're actually using up the service. So if you spend a lot of money on Azure, you do not generally get a refund. It can happen. I've heard of it happening, but just be very aware. $6 per hour is a lot because there's a lot of hours in the month and there's a lot of hours in the weekend when you start running things on Friday and you're really tired and all of a sudden your app gateway ran for the whole weekend and it spent $50, which I'm not going to say happened to me, but it's happened to me twice. My company had like free Azure credits at the time, so you get like $50 a month, and people ran out their 50, and then they're like, well, I guess I'm done learning for the rest of the month. Fun stories. But yeah, so that's important. Which brings us to free databases, which is how you get around this, which is use Cosmos. Cosmos has a really great thing where it will do provision throughput, where the first 1,000 request units per second and 25 gigs of storage is free. You can only have one per Azure account, but that's a lot of compute power. That is a lot of memory. There is a website, or there's an email forwarding application I built for a North American volunteer group across all North America, and it runs entirely on one free tier of Cosmos. So that's a fair bit of memory, and you can set up different containers, so you can have 10 different apps using different containers on the same Cosmos database. So if you want to play around, free. Best price in the book. So I read lots of books and learn. Like I said, I can check my time real fast to make sure I'm still good. Let me see. Took a picture of the schedule, and perfect, I'm right on time. So I read literature on learning a lot because I am a nerd. If you want recommendations, Make It Stick is the one I just reread recently, very good. And one of the things they teach you is if you want people to remember things, you have to get them to generate stuff themselves, for example, by practice test. How do you find out what the NFTs for a project are? And I will wait until somebody has an answer. The non-functional, oh wait, NFR. Oh. Non-functional requirement. Oops, that's a, I might have added this slide a little bit later and then I didn't proofread it. Okay, NFRs. See, I was checking to make sure you're listening. Okay.
Was that intentional?
No, I wish. That'd be way smarter if it was intentional. Who would like to answer, how do you find out what the NFRs for requirement are? And I don't expect you to have good answers. I want mediocre answers only.
Well, of course, I'm going to give you a mediocre answer then. So yeah. you find out what the project is, or you figure out what the project is.
But isn't that the functional requirements?
Well, isn't that what it does, though?
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay. I probably should make somebody else run the mic.
Oh. I'll just pass this on to the experts who answers.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Drake. Great presentation. I will say it is to conduct a full analysis of the one of the use cases and then get rid of all the functional requirements, and then you have the non-functional requirements.
See, that would be a great answer. I wish our customers had answers like that because So asking, that's great. Like you said, I know you asked like, hey, what is your budget? How do those things work? But the real answer is iteration, so trying it multiple times, and then eventually, with great difficulty, and the NFRs will eventually find you, because the NFRs are what make customers like call you on your personal phone at like 8 p.m. because, well, the website's down, or we need to refactor things from scratch, because people often don't actually think about their NFRs. So the reason why I'm talking about them over and over again is people think a lot about their functional requirements. They don't think about the non-functional requirements. I mean, anybody here that's a more senior developer, how many times have you suffered because a customer had to have an entire thing rewritten from scratch because you set up the architecture for a different set of functional requirements? Yeah, 4 times he's had to rewrite it entirely from scratch, because the hard part about NFRs, code doesn't fix them because they are fundamental to the architecture of the project often, not always. So fair warning. Next one, easier question. A client has legacy relational database from 2006 with custom configurations. They want to start migrating to the cloud, but keep systems stable. What Azure database service should they use? Go with the...
Takers, just raise your hands.
Yeah.
What if they just use MongoDB?
Okay, I actually haven't used Mongo yet much.
That was actually one of my questions I was going to ask, is like, outside of just being like
You're good.
the sales of Azure, is like, why can't I just use like MongoDB or just like any other free open source service?
I mean, they're not free. At some point you have to store data or pay for compute.
Yeah, fair enough.
Plus, you have to like probably like pay for like the server to stay up in general.
Yeah.
What if you have your own
But
server?
then,
At
well,
your
that
house?
Yeah.
yeah, no. If you can have on-premises servers, that's but that's the whole question about switching to the cloud or not in general. Which is the cloud means somebody else provides the security. The data is replicated in multiple locations. Cost savings based off of lifetime electricity and warehouse things. It's not always the case. Sometimes on-prem makes more sense, but it doesn't always.
So Drake, in this case, you wouldn't use any Azure managed database. You just rent a compute engine and configure exactly how it was.
So you're saying essentially put it on just a VM that you set up totally from scratch?
Yes.
Okay. That is an answer. The thing is, there's a lot of answers. They're not all good, but there's a lot of answers. Okay.
So it depends on how much effort you want to put into this process. If you're doing just a straight lift and shift, as you said, sticking it on Cosmos DB or Cosmos for SQL would probably be fine.
Cosmos doesn't have a SQL.
I'm sorry, SQL database. Yeah, it does a SQL DB. Yeah, so it'd probably be SQL DB, or just like Kemming said, on a compute instance, just so you can lift and shift. But for something more advanced, you might want to consider platform as a service, which I did believe you mentioned as well, for more of a cloud native re-architecting.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I was getting through with this. I'll give you the next one, first shot. Or do you want to?
My answer would be an Azure managed instance here.
Okay, yeah. So this is something where if you want to have fully custom configurations, especially for an older thing, platform as a service won't work, because Azure has a limit to how far back their platform as a service options go. They just won't let you have a database configuration more than how many years old now? Do you have a ballpark?
I don't know. But,
okay.
To add some color to the SQLMI comment, if you're using SSIS or SSAS or SSRS, I feel bad for you, but those are a thing, and those are usually the things that are not supported in SQL database, which is the PaaS offering. So those of you SQL database admins in the crowd, you know what I'm talking about. So.
But yeah, so often, you're exactly right. You put it on a VM or a SQL specialty VM of some kind. So last question, easy one. Client is a startup making cloud native applications. They want to be able to iterate and expand quickly. What Azure database service should they use?
Anybody?
Yeah.
Cosmos.
Yes, Cosmos. That's the easy
but
one.
But which version of Cosmos? Because Cosmos has multiple
APIs. Ask the
APIs.
client more detail, because that's the other answer is these do not tell you anywhere near enough to actually answer things. This is a massively oversimplified version. The real answer is, if a customer tells you this, lock them in a room for a 2-hour interview until you figure out what they really want, because something's missing. Like, yeah, you've been there. Okay. Yeah, or even sometimes with like consulting firms will even have like a 2-week investigation period or build the first version to do things. But that is it. Thank you so much for coming. I'm really happy that the... Okay, there we go. Yeah, really happy that the first one of these in a while is going well. I have a summary slide, so if you have any questions, fire away. We have 5 minutes. That's a good question. Hey, speakers, would you mind sending me your slides after this? Okay. Perfect. We will make them available through Google Drive link probably or something like that with all the slides in it.
OneDrive link? Come on, man.
Okay. Sorry.
Matt was
we will
staying on
make
brand.
things available on a blob storage account with public access.
Stay on brand.
Sorry,
Come
I'm
on.
going to set up an Azure function. I'm just going to send out the API URL to the Azure function to download this.
What is the blob storage again?
Oh, so blob storage is essentially if you want to, what is it? Binary large object. Isn't there another beat? Blob?
Object
Okay.
has a B in it.
Oh, yeah,
after
okay.
the O.
So essentially, if you want to store any random type of file, like let's say you want to store a PowerPoint or a movie or something else, that says you can stick any large file in it. Technically, you can take an entire SQL database and store it in blob storage, which is why this all gets weird, because everything kind of interacts in that way. But generally, it is how you store large individual files or random types of files.
There is some, like if you want to go super cheap and store stuff on Azure, the Azure storage accounts have 3 modes that they can be used in. Blob, table, which he mentioned in Cosmos, that there is table support in Cosmos.
There's a second table thing also.
But you can do in blob storage or in a storage account, you can do tables and you get rows and columns and things like that, and it's super dirt cheap. So, and then there's also queue storage. So if you need like like RabbitMQ, but you don't want to pay for a RabbitMQ server, or you don't have a RabbitMQ server in your garage, like that guy right there, you can use Azure Storage Account, and it's super cheap. So.
Okay, I think there were a couple more questions.
Oh man.
And then thanks again, Drake. Really quick question. So, when you have multiple clients, multiple companies, and then you're using the same non-SQL database, what are the security concerns?
I would not do that. Like that would never ever happen. I'm more saying, so for the volunteer organization that we did this for, we actually made them their own Azure account, and they have the free tier database on their Azure account. For my personal projects, where I don't care about security because nothing I write is worth anything, there I will put multiple things in one database because I'm just messing around with it. So that's like, I would more put multiple things inside of that, either within the same company, different things within one container, one documents account, maybe depending on how the company works, depending on security procedures and kind of what applications are, or just for personal use, the way the free database is set up. If you want to stretch your free database as far as possible, you can share multiple things on different containers in the same one. I would not recommend sharing multiple clients' things on the same database, essentially ever.
Unless you're building like a multi-tenant SaaS.
Yeah, like there's a couple situations where it could
That's a whole different
happen,
ball of wax.
but almost never. Just pretend never, and you'll be close enough.
Yeah.
Other questions? Probably last one, if any. Sweet, you all want pizza. So then I will let you go. Cooper, is the pizza outside? Pizza's outside. Be free.
it was nice. And even like today, I wanted to make it to yours, but then I kind of took advantage of the LinkedIn Live. You're having live, right? So I was even.
So I really enjoyed your talk.
Nice meeting you. See you.
I had a couple questions, just interview-wise. I just really want to graduate to
Yeah.
Just 3 years ago, pretty much on the yeah, this, I think within the week.
Well, I graduated yesterday, so probably.
Yep.
I was just kind of curious how you got started and how you got into database review.
So my first company was a consulting firm, so I just did everything. So, sorry, I wasn't good here.
Oh, hi. I am Sucheta, next speaker. Oh, and I'm sorry if I addressed you as Mike in an email I sent you this morning that I would be late to the event.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Thanks for organizing this.
I'm running a live stream.
This is good. I actually, when I was Mike, so I drove from Cleveland, me and my husband. So yes, I am.
Oh my gosh.
I was actually able to see Matt's presentation because I wanted to hear and listen to him, but I couldn't make it on time. So I was like, I was browsing through LinkedIn, like, okay, there's a LinkedIn Live. So yeah, and it was like, good. No disturbances. That's nice.
So, yeah, it was a good streaming experience.
I was able to, yes, very well. The one that Matt did. And then for drinks, I was here. So.
Yeah. We're live right now for Mike's Hot, so people are probably listening to us.
That's good.
But yeah, Drake has a mic over there. So this will be the question mic.
I can pick that one.
Yeah, just put it on your lapel or something.
And can I,
You don't have to like breathe into it. I mean, like,
it can be at a distance. How about if I take my laptop there on that table with the wire go that far?
I think the wire's pretty long. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
And I do intend on doing a quick demo, like a 5-10 minutes. Do you have Wi-Fi? Okay, let me get my laptop.
No, we'll say exactly what or it might be on. It's on the card.
There's a microphone right here as well.
All right, thank you so much.
The other mic's over here.
I'm more concerned
Thank
about
you.
the
So then you present about which improve your learning, and also make sure
like this place here.
if one, two, let's say you if other company know that you presented on AI, you're going to be.
You're a one-night ultimate werewolf fan.
I love it.
Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah.
I didn't go the ones before started.
It still hasn't finished. I think Monday will be a
This
weird
is
day.
like
Some of
third
us
version of something like this. With the first one pretty much being a summer the next day.
Yeah, I mean, it's the happiest day of the cohort, and it's like my friends are going to feedback.
I just want to try and take that wire here.
Just into like the final position, it's like, it's strange. I don't know, it's
Because I want to
exciting. You know, I'm trying to like revel in the celebration that I can, but you know, it's like the closure doesn't really come until that job.
And that might be a ways away.
Yeah.
That's like terror,
Right.
go back and forth.
I didn't know that you could actually.
Yeah, yeah, I can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, because if you're ever trying to open a document in like Notepad.
Yeah, they get in like a new like huge
That's just a text string.
My class.
It's a million character text string. But SQL doesn't have a character limit.
John Hammond came from press.
I mean, that's fair. That's
Yeah, so like companies literally talked about when they had a client. Literally couldn't store documents.
Usually I'll have a knee brace on or a cave, whatever, 30-minute talk.
Did it make sense? No, but
I'm
that's the
surprised to
kind of
see
thing that like,
that your card defrosting.
when you can get, there's some things you learn from doing it. Then there's some things you
So
learn
you've been in here with a full-on walker for a while.
or having a conversation.
I was in the hospital bed for 45 days.
So if you
It's really tough.
My body just shrugged.
try to consolidate what you have, put it forward to somebody, yeah, I like that.
I can relate to that.
Because literally when I gave a presentation, the first time I gave it, I had, hey, you have, like, I had a longer version of it that said, you have days on where can you save it? And one of the options of SQL, and I was expecting that to easy to skip it. Like, no, you had nothing.
They can't be a reaction to a flu shot. For me, that wasn't it. Most things like they get a flu shot. I know people have. I just shot my gotten to COVID next.
Try to push yourself a little bit, and that's like what you guys do. It's an opportunity to put myself out, and I want to think feedback from around, and especially in jobs that life will never ever heal you. There's still principles there to teach you. So you make that happen.
No kidding. Yeah, I dealt with like a picture of my lower back last year, and it was like I couldn't really stand for more than an hour. That in itself.
It's almost impossible.
I injured my left knee during rehab.
They can use little bits.
But I also have this thing nerve damage as well. So like my feet are always big, and I have numbness issues that are there. And nerve damage sucks.
What's the big picture thing going on?
My stuff is more of like personal.
I appreciated your it was like out of a moment I was having a like a fun project. It was yeah. Somebody bought you a cup of coffee, and they're like, get your team to be
that's why they
autonomous. Yeah. And it was actually like the perfect timing. Like I had a friend who's on my team, on project, and he just has this diverse perspective, and in a really good way. And English is his second language, so it's challenging if it was sometimes communicate his difference in vision. And like going for the project, it was like he had awesome inputs and it made our process so much better. But at times, like you would feel challenged, like here. So I felt like that was like the perfect time for me to do this stuff. Yeah. I felt like it was nice to kind of have some. Sometimes it's daunting as someone who's not as familiar with that stuff. Like it pull me into the depths. So
Yeah, maybe I'll just use it for the pointer. I don't think I need the clicker anyway because I use it. I'll try. Easy? Very easy. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you so much. I'm happy you're able to make it out here.
I know.
Is there anything you need?
No, I'm good. I got the Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi?
I am going to do a quick demo in like 10 minutes. And I want to try the clicker though. And let me grab the HDMI as well. Thank you so much.
No problem. Yeah, if you want to clicker, it is your USB-C.
Okay.
We have a USB-C splitter. I'm not sure if the cable's good though. Nobody's really saying no issues with it. But if you'd like, or you can just click here. Either works.
Yeah, this is fine too because anyway for the demo I'll be here.
Okay, yeah, then whichever you prefer.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate it.
I know, and it's nice meeting you, Drake.
Yeah, thank
and your
you.
presentation was great. I
Thank
liked
you.
it. Yeah, I was so glad that at least I was able to make it to yours because I planned on making it to Max.
Yep.
But then the best part was I was able to view it on LinkedIn Live while driving because I drove from Cleveland.
Yeah.
So it took me 2 hours. Like
Yeah.
my husband and I, that's my husband sitting right there.
So is he the one driving so you can just watch all the presentations?
Yes. So I was happy. I was like already in the group.
Perfect.
That's nice. And I actually texted you because I was going to be late.
Oh.
I didn't want you to like keep wondering where she is. Is she going to show up? You know?
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Anything that you'd like me to say in this introduction? I was just planning on covering essentially what you had in the session eyes, which is Microsoft certified, that you love teaching and collaborating, that you're fumbling doesn't manage to drive all the way out here, so we appreciate it.
Oh, that works. Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Questions?
So meetup.com is totally free for people to attend the events. They can have promos, but none of them covers on or actually start a solo or No, so as Central Ohio, they meet once a month, we have like one speaker. And we get speakers already, like, so we're the two organizers, other people are out there that we asked to come here. This is, so Azure locally has a community-led conference where a bunch of groups are all talking at the same time all over the world. So this is us participating in the event. Normally we only have one speaker on like a Thursday evening, this time it's 6 back to back on Saturday. So we asked Columbus Coffee to help us because they have a bigger venue than we do, and we on Saturdays. And it's getting an office to do on Saturdays. So we work together with them, so they run the venue, we run the speakers. Yeah, they're the organization. So Co-Hatch is a co-working space that hosts a bunch of different events. Code and Coffee is just a different meetup that meets in this Co-Hatch every other Saturday. It varies. Like, there's a big conference in Columbus called Star Trek, and it costs money to go there. There's Code Nirvana in Wisconsin. There are some. It often depends on like what all you're doing is small. This is a relatively small group. Pizza's not that expensive, so we're just sponsored by the Edge. I think it's like $300, and that's the I'm like that's pretty.
Sounds like a fun project. Looks good on the resume, something to do. Yeah, he goes on the wild side. That's probably not his radio. Well, no, it's not. So yeah, like it. Yeah. By that time, you're in traffic, you can wait for it. I said, well, I would like to open up my phone, put up my TV, you know, and say, hey, put me in this one, you know, like, break, maybe connect your Raspberry Pi. That is something that I would like to see from my new ideas about the I was thinking about it.
developers online?
Oh yeah, they're online.
Oh,
yeah.
they are?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're on LinkedIn.
Okay.
So you can go watch it on LinkedIn if you're on the Azure CBus LinkedIn
Okay.
page. Yeah, follow us there and. Yeah, you should.
I know we don't like being social. I don't like being social.
Oh yeah. LinkedIn's a pretty safe space.
Yeah.
You don't get a lot of the garbage from other social media
Yes, I
sites.
know. Yes, I know.
Some people use it like it's Facebook though. It's usually a little bit more professional.
Yeah, you do probably. I have an account. I just don't use it. You know what I mean? But once you get logged in, you start following everybody. You see what people are doing. And then you go down that rabbit hole and never come back.
Yeah. I publish a lot of content on LinkedIn. So.
It's a great platform to publish and make yourself sort of famous.
I mean, or just help people learn.
True. I mean, it's great. I mean, the whole YouTube, LinkedIn, YouTube, all these other platforms, they really opened up the doors for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean, and it makes content so much more accessible to everybody. As opposed to, a slide view. It's a big difference. I think it really, in a way, I think it sort of was the dream of the guy who made the library system, the public library system.
The Dewey Decimal System?
No, but the guy who actually funded the initial library system in the country. I don't remember his name. I remember reading about it. So his dream was to make not data, but books accessible to everybody, and that's why he started the public library. And yes, this is an extension of that, really.
Yeah.
It's interesting how it turned. Anyway, I'll let you do what you're doing.
Oh no,
Thank you.
I gotta get Drake's email.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to check if it's on. So yeah, I'll get it now. Thank you.
So what else is there to see, Drake?
I think we've only been communicating over my Microsoft email. Is that it?
Yep. At gmail.com.
That's it?
Yeah, I'm the only person with my name. There's nobody else on Facebook. There's nobody else on LinkedIn. That's one and only.
Oh my God, it's 2025
or over 25.
Shoot. Do you have
I have a
do you have an
USB.
iPhone?
Yeah, I have an iPhone.
Can I airdrop it to you?
Yeah, if you airdrop it, then I should be able to upload it to Google Drive.
Oh, where the hell is it?
I have a USB-C to USB-C cable. Would that work?
Yeah, sure. Do you have a USB stick?
Yeah, I have a just USB stick.
Yeah, USB stick works.
We found a really ugly cabinet covered in USB on the side of the road. Now, that close to going into it. And I don't think I'm good enough. Yeah, depending on what to do.
You know, do I plug it in or?
Yeah.
So is it just the HDMI one that's not working?
This is called coding.
Yeah.
Successes and snags. Okay, I think that works. Should be good.
Download it online. Make sure I pull it. Happy to.
Should I use your computer?
Go for it.
First thing to know is we pronounce it Azure.
The mic batteries are barely touched.
I have, at least that's the one thing that we don't have. I have heard of several different people pronounce it several different ways.
Yes.
It's very hard to mispronounce an acronym.
It's a bit of a meme inside of Microsoft. It's just very funny. Always busy. My throat has been messed up. Getting sick on the coast. So I think I got it at my client site the Thursday before. And it wasn't really the following Monday. And then it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to stay in my house the next couple of weeks, I guess. We're going to test it, but, still, like, going there makes it hard to practice for stuff like this. Where my time really needs to be going right now is practicing my Star Trek talk.
That's coming up.
Yeah. But, working on a new book, and then saw on LinkedIn on course number 2. Yeah. This one's not for certification, this is just
This all looks correct, right?
Yep. And then working on the werewolf stuff. Just trying to knock that out of my well, I got to like December because of that. So it's hard to condense that down to 20 pages. My next course starts May 20th, so I've got that added productivity window before that gets added in my place. So I'm trying to get that out of the way. I'm also watching
I don't know. I just work.
They've got like 60 hours for like 2 workshops.
Leave me alone.
Smart move. Yeah. So, I'm not putting a whole lot of effort into that, but if they tell me I agree with it by May, then it's like the rest of this month I'm updating my workshop and then the other submitted to productivity, right? To work on other things.
Oh.
Me too. Yeah, I always see some nice things being posted about events here and like, but it's a little difficult to get down on campus. Parking is not free and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah, parts of the bakery center, there are across the street behind the market.
Really across the street there. Looking like it's gonna cost like $60.
Yeah, that's about the same. About the same. Like it used to, where you just park for free.
Yeah, well, till they move.
Speaking of which, aren't they moving? Where is this?
They're my co-side. My understanding. And I feel like
Are they going to be sponsored?
they are going to be sponsored music videos. I think they're going to be re-examining which of these they sponsor. It's sort of the vibe I've gotten from Kyle. It's just not like
I've seen him in a lot of videos. Improving representative that has to be ability.
It doesn't have to be. He's talking about like trying to get an internal title of like cultural ambassadors. So I think that's related to that. I think more power to him, and he's absolutely perfect.
My first program was over by Polaris Device Protection. I was in a much cheaper apartment down by Vineyard for a while. Then I was rooming with somebody who had who was running condos. It was cheaper for me to get a 2-bedroom thing than pay me the most for it.
So I manage one of the IT.
Square. One of my colleagues did, and then he got married. I was my wife and the talking about right as IT was going on.
Not many people.
Yeah, I want to see bad enough not saying IKEA. Oh yeah.
Wait, so did you say IKEA?
No.
I'm generally. What did you think I said?
I don't know. I'm really good at mishearing things. Or like it's like spelled like you can't.
Oh, okay.
No. That's what I heard you say. I was like, right. I just hear
I
somebody.
thought I heard something totally different. Like, that hurts.
I got
Like,
okay.
You probably think horrible things about me if you think I said that. Like,
I thought that you mispronounced the name of a very popular Swedish store.
oh, okay.
I thought you said IKEA. Whatever one's American. I don't remember what American is. IKEA. That's how you say it. I heard really? Yes.
Some people say that.
Some people.
I have my Swedish passport I'm bringing to the next meeting. And so yeah, we go to the
Alright, you get your computer because this thing is so loud.
IKEA.
And that's basically how she's like, bring your back.
I like the meatballs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, you're going to break your
I'm Norwegian.
to Vegas. No.
You're my oppressor.
Get a
I demand reparations.
This is the lightest one they offer. It's 4 pounds. Yeah. I have a deal with the that's great. Yeah. This is
For me, it's
fantastic.
like too far, so I
I
don't.
still need to learn some of the
I found out
Linux, iOS shortcuts.
when I was
Like
actually presenting
dragging to left monitor, right monitor. Actually customize those. Oh, it's a little bit more. And they've been around for a long time. I don't know when they first come up.
But he does. He is a developer, so you probably know him.
And they did that. But yeah, this has 2 M2s on there, so I have a Windows VO, I have a Windows image, I can just see Microsoft guys. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I still need to get the drivers working on this one. My other one, I use that same interface over there. Okay. I'm going to boot to Windows and I'm going to place it in and go to bed. Which is wonderful.
But do you like focus only on the developer side of events or do you just do? So like I've seen so there is an Azure
The roguelike mode they had last year,
and there is an
it's like it
Azure
punishes you
DevOps.
for being bad. So it's like now
So the DevOps
I have no
course, they
sound.
would be
What
focused
was
on
that?
DevOps.
Now they now it's just my own incompetence in trying to kick down people's it's sort of like
Yeah, we're getting well. From an Azure programming to anything Azure or
makes sense. If you carry gear on a mission, you can kill it. Right? You lose the so you gotta have some tables.
So we probably trade
Yeah.
For the meetup?
Yeah.
We probably don't have Microsoft Office, but it's like, I mean, it has more general AI that like applies to Azure.
Yeah, because it's all like Azure, Azure's like the core and everything. You have to wander around so that's like it's pretty easy to. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not 5 minutes later.
I mean, there are some that connect to Azure.
Now for the rest of that mission,
So
like proud of that one
because we're open to potential stuff. There's a lot of.
That's one of those ones that like, man, I'd like to make this easier to represent for AI
The
SEO strategies.
Central Ohio level. That definitely has a developer lens. So I think whatever your role is, if it's doing something
And there's even more and more of that.
Yeah, right, because I work in it.
That's what really fascinated me was just seeing runs. Like,
I read the technology.
If I was better at video games,
But then yeah, like
I might not be as
because
good
what
at
I work on is an Azure service.
First thing they flank me, you flush me out with a grenade, and you know, the radio barks.
Yeah, endpoint. I it's still decades in, or Microsoft
Microsoft Endpoint Configuration Manager, but then that functionality is a mix of the on-premises SCCM, which is the DSS.
SCCM.
Yes, SCCM on-premises and Intune in the cloud. And then again, there's the endpoint configuration.
I need that mode also. Right? I will play through on YouTube just for stories.
CITO for a small healthcare startup. We had fleet of devices, mobile devices, laptops, PCs. So I had to expand into the endpoint protection.
I'm thankful for you as well.
Definitely not like super deep.
That is an interesting twist.
Yeah, like I remember those days, like trying to lock down Android devices.
Oh yeah, it's a pain. And then Intune is maturing now.
You get a lot of rough words sometimes, honestly. Like I remember when you were talking about like converting, you're converting the COBOL stuff.
I'm an engineering guy. I don't know it.
So Microsoft is now supporting activation with Apple.
That is an achievement, yeah. No, that's a rough one.
Yeah, we a lot of people.
Yeah, that's, I mean, on-prem's a little.
Like obviously phones, yeah. Laptops are been approved. That's my favorite.
How much do you have to control your
I mean, there's like, you have to look, I forget, we have this app that's on Mac app called
That's fair.
I did it. And then, you have to register.
Was that when the magic was written?
But I still didn't actually just on the Mac. But like it makes me update my Mac OS like within 3 days.
I'm glad that worked out, because that sounds like
If I don't
it's a
update,
saving,
what's most
it's a saving grace because you have
like
like
policies of Chrome. Every time Chrome it tells me when I install Chrome.
I'm pretty good. I'm still nationwide, just kind of chilling.
As a developer,
Doing some configurations for CI/CD pipeline. Sensors. There's a lot of just onboarding and a lot of like.
It's more about the security.
How's the online stream going?
We got 22?
Yeah, Jenkins is its own.
Oh yeah, the internet speed here is nice.
Is she mic?
Not yet.
Oh yeah.
Right there.
Ready? Well, that's, we'll use this one for questions.
Introduction. Okay, we are starting back up. All y'all whippersnappers, get back in your seats. Ready for more fun with Azure. Everybody always says there's nothing better than just talking about software on the weekends. I was volunteering with high schools earlier today, and I told them I was going to a coding conference, and they were just terrified. They're like, why would you do that to yourself on a Saturday? And I guess I just have nothing better to do than hang out with nerds. Okay. So, speaking of nerds, we have the queen of them right here. That was bad. I'm mean. So, Shuteta, if you're going to say who in this room most had to work to be here, she drove all the way from Cleveland just to talk to you all. So, you need to appreciate her.
Thank you so much.
And I'm happy she did, because she is, I thought I had a lot of certifications. She has more certifications than I do total in just Azure. So she has 12? 12 in just Azure. That's a lot.
Thank you.
And she does a lot of work with teaching, educating on software, and also just a big fan of APIs in general, API management, and manages a IT division inside a software company. So really excited to have her. Give it up.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you all. Can you all hear me well? Yes. All good? Okay. So I am definitely happy to be here, driving all the way from Cleveland, but my husband did most of the driving, so I was just sitting around. I was actually watching Matt's presentation while he was driving. So, but definitely happy to be here to present as part of Global Azure. And thank you, Azure CBUS, for enabling this. Thanks to Drake, Mark, and everyone who volunteered, sponsors, obviously, and speakers. Great job. So about my topic, leveraging Azure, Entra, and Intune to protect organizational devices through policies. So let's understand the topic a little bit, okay? I assume most of you sitting here have company-owned devices that you're given to do your day-to-day job. So those devices could be your laptops, PCs, Windows PCs, or MacBooks, or it can be Android phones, mobile phones, iOS phones, iPads. I call these, or we call these as endpoint devices or end user devices. Now, these end user devices, organizations are supposed to protect data on these devices because, can you guess where an organization's data is most vulnerable? On end user devices, because obviously end users are not that savvy or wary when they use the devices for work. Their focus is more on doing the work, right? They wouldn't care about security. So it's the organization's duty and the admins within the organizations who actually secure these devices. Do you know how these devices are secured? You probably see, yeah, that's one of the things, encryption. So you probably see when you try to do something on your device, on your work device, and you get a prompt saying that your admin has blocked this action, that's something the admin has done. That's something I would do as part of being an admin for endpoint management because I've set certain policies for security. And this is exactly what we are going to look at today. What we are going to look at is some of the policies. Now, there is a plethora of things that we can do from a security standpoint to secure or protect organizational devices, but we are going to look at the most important things here, which we can do through Azure, Entra, and Intune. Now a question for you. Is anyone here familiar with what Intune is? All right, so you have to note, it's, you are, now you are, Mark, I know. So it's Intune, it's not iTunes. There's a difference, okay? iTunes is the Apple product or service. Intune is a Microsoft service. It's an Azure-based service. We'll get more into that as we go ahead here. So Drake already introduced me, but that's me. I'm a manager in healthcare IT and 12 times Microsoft certified. I do love learning Azure and exploring it and using it at my work. So that's why all those certifications. But I specialize in modern management and enterprise mobility by leveraging Azure and Intune. So those are my core work areas within IT infrastructure. And then those are my socials. If my talk today instigates an interest in you to learn more about endpoint management or Intune in general, feel free to reach out. So, and that's my blog, techcaching.com, which I'm still building to share knowledge about Azure and Intune. So you'll find more information there. All right, so here is the agenda. And I know we are short on time, but I'm going to cover some very important specific items. Device management and Intune is what I'm going to briefly touch upon, just so everyone gets a quick overview of what device management and Intune is. And then I'll get into how you would protect devices through policies. Basically, I'm going to talk about Intune's built-in capabilities, that can be used to secure devices. And the policies that I'm really going to talk about today in a little bit of detail are these three: the configuration policies, compliance policies, and conditional access policies. So it's 3 Cs. Those are the 3 policies we learn about today. I am going to squeeze in a quick demo just so you guys understand or relate to what I'm talking about, and then we'll wrap it up with some key takeaways and questions and answers. All right, so let's start with device management and Intune. So device management basically means having controls in place to centrally administer devices or endpoints within an organization, regardless of their physical location. As we know now, with, after COVID, or even before that, we've been working in a hybrid model. So people can work from anywhere. They take devices out of the company's network, but are still able to work. So how do we still manage those devices centrally? How do we secure them? That's what device management helps us do. So we optimize device features for business use. We deploy updates and software on the devices. We configure settings. We enforce security. So that's really what device management is. And Intune is the tool that helps support or that helps the ability to do that. So basically, Intune is a cloud service. It's an Azure-based service. It's part of Microsoft's Enterprise Mobility and Security Suite, which is the EMS suite. And it helps manage all of the things that you see here on the graphic, the features and benefits. They really are deploying and updating software, configuring settings, and everything that I talked about device management. And then at the bottom of the graphic, you see mobile device management and mobile application management. There's a slight difference between the two. Intune supports mobile device management, which is very specific to company-owned devices, because as an organizational admin, the admin can have full control over that device because the company owns the device. But then what about devices that are personal to end users, and they have Outlook on there, or they have Teams on there, which is a work app, but being used on a personal device? To secure the work apps on those kind of personal devices, Intune offers mobile application management, which is MAM. Although MAM is specific to using or securing data and apps on personal devices, it can also be used or coupled with mobile device management to enhance the security of corporate-owned devices. So just understand a little bit of a difference here. And the capabilities of Intune, because Intune is capable of securing the work apps on personal devices using MAM, and then obviously it is capable of securing the corporate devices themselves and the apps and data within them with the help of mobile device management. So that's kind of a very high-level overview of what Intune is and what device management is. Now, let's learn about some inherent or inbuilt capabilities of Intune, and why would I call it a product or service that offers security for devices. Now, Intune natively integrates with Azure and Entra. It actually seamlessly integrates with most of the Microsoft products and services, or you could say Microsoft ecosystem. It is a cloud-based service, like I mentioned before, so obviously Azure is the underlying cloud here. And with Entra, we can utilize some of its capabilities like conditional access, which is one of the policies I'm going to be talking about in detail. So Entra plays a crucial role in assisting Intune to do its job. So basically, what I'm going to be talking about today, the policies, they are what is a blend of Azure, Entra, and Intune. So you actually leverage the three together to secure organizational devices. If you look at the graphic, that gives you a better understanding of Intune's capabilities. And starting from the left, so you have either organization-owned devices or you have personal-owned devices. either of those devices, you can push policies to. And if you look closely there, some of the policies is what I'm going to cover today. But you push those policies to your organization-owned or personal devices, and then we check compliance. We check whether the devices are compliant or not with those policies. And regardless of the compliance, you can still also push conditional access policies to the devices. I'm going to talk more about these different policies, the compliance, the conditional access as we move along, but this is just a high-level overview. And then based on the conditional access, an admin or an organization can either grant or deny access to the organizational apps, which is Outlook, Teams examples, on these kind of devices. So that's kind of a workflow where we can use policies to control certain things on devices, be it corporate devices or user-owned personal devices. And Intune also helps with supporting zero trust initiatives, because zero trust is definitely booming now. Every organization really wants to go ahead and start their zero trust initiatives for enhanced security. And any controls that the organization would want to put in place as part of zero trust, Intune is ready to support that, because you can configure settings through Intune to support zero trust initiatives. So that's Intune from a security standpoint. And now we get to the crux and talk about the actual policies here. First off, I have here is the configuration policy or profile. As the name suggests, it is the basic settings that you would apply onto devices to configure them. And that can be something like if an admin wants to restrict an end user from using camera on the device. If the device is company owned and it wants the end user to not use camera or block camera, we can actually set that up through a configuration policy. Another example would be blocking Bluetooth. I can block Bluetooth on a corporate-owned device using a configuration policy. So basically, I create and set up configuration policies in Intune, and then I deploy it to a set of devices. And that's how it gets applied. These settings are broadly classified into restrictions versus features. Restrictions is what I gave examples for right now. Bluetooth restriction is a good example, but then another restriction would be password restriction. You want to have the end user to have a specific character length password or a specific complexity password. That is called a restriction. And I can set that through a configuration profile or a policy. And then there is features. Features would be more like something you do on an Apple device, on an iPhone. I, as an admin, can push out policies to give a specific home screen layout to the end user. I can hide apps. I can give them the ability to see messages on a locked screen. Those are features. They are not specific to security. What is specific to security is the restrictions part of the policies. So restrictions control security. Another example for restriction would be I can specify and apply a policy to devices where I would ensure the devices only connect to a specific Wi-Fi. I don't want them to randomly go to a coffee shop and connect to the Wi-Fi. I will not give them the ability to do that on a work device, just to secure the device. So those are kind of examples of where restrictions come into play and how that helps with security. Also, there are two ways in which I can create and apply these configuration policies. I can either do through a settings catalog, and I will show this when I demo it. I can either create and deploy through a settings catalog or through templates. Settings catalog is the full-fledged all settings that I will have to pick and choose from. But then to make admins' lives easier, Intune has templates. And templates are more like logical groupings. Say if I want to create a VPN profile and
deploy it out to my devices, I can just pick a VPN template in Intune and create that policy. So that's settings, catalogs, and templates. And then what I have here next, the certificates, endpoint protection, kiosk mode, those are more broader examples of what I could do as an admin to configure on end user devices. Certificates is what plays a role into cert-based auth to give secure access to end users on the devices with certificates without having to put in their usernames and passwords. I can also create Wi-Fi and VPN profiles, like I said, based on cert-based auth. Endpoint protection, I heard someone say encryption. So endpoint protection is where I would create and define settings for encryption, to enforce encryption on company-owned devices, to enforce firewalls on company-owned devices. And then there is kiosk mode. If you've gone to a CVS Minute Clinic, you probably saw a kiosk there on which you check in. All you can do on that interface is look up your name and then check in, right? So there's nothing else you can do, although it is a computer on the back end. You don't see the start screen, you don't see a Windows logo, nothing. You just see that one particular app. That's called a kiosk mode. So I can transform a Windows device or even an Android device, an Apple device for that matter, into a kiosk to make the device more locked down. This is more useful in healthcare scenarios where I work at. So I do this all the time for different use cases. Basically for patient check-ins, we create or lock down devices into kiosk mode to make them more secure. So the patient doesn't go and do random things on the device. So that's another example where I can do this with the help of configuration profiles or configuration policies. And then obviously from a security standpoint, I can create a security baseline. I can baseline some security aspects or controls and then deploy it out to all of my devices so that I know all the end users have a specific level of security on the devices. So there's a bunch of things you can do as far as configuration policies go. Next up I have is the compliance policies. As you can see in the figure, those are checks or rules. Now to ensure security of devices and thus in turn security of the apps and data, an organization must check the compliance health of these devices. Now an organization has given out these devices to their end users, but they have to be on top of it and check the compliance and health of the devices to ensure that security stays stable. So there are platform-specific rules and checks, which we call as compliance policies. And these define the rules and settings that devices must be compliant with. Examples include, so I may want to require devices to run a minimum OS version, right? Because I don't want them to be outdated on an OS version only to keep it vulnerable to attacks. So those kind of checks I can do with the help of compliance policies. Another example would be if my end users are using their personal devices for work use, I want to ensure that device is not jailbroken. That is another compliance check for which I can create a compliance policy and deploy it out to the devices for checking the compliance. So all of these measures in turn make the devices more secure and help protect organizations' data. And Intune helps protect this by requiring the devices to meet specific requirements and also to report compliance. I, as an admin, can also set policies for the devices to report compliance within a specific period of time. I can give them 30 days. You know, the end user, if their device is on a lower OS level, the end user can upgrade the OS, and next time when the device checks in with Intune and reports its compliance, I see it's on a good OS version. It's on an OS level that I would find it to be secure. So I can do that. I can actually set policies based on the level of security I want. And obviously, we need to regularly monitor the compliance and the device status to identify potential risks. So now, okay, I as an admin, I deployed out these policies. The devices are reporting compliance. I am monitoring it. But what do I do with the data, right? What I can do with the data of non-compliance is take action. Take action on the non-compliance, send an email out, which will be automated through Intune. Intune will detect that the device is non-compliant. It will automatically send out an email notification or a push notification on the phone to the end user to tell them to go upgrade their device, if that was why it was non-compliant, if the OS was not at a good specific level. And it's not just that. There are many other things I can do as an admin to help and mitigate the non-compliance. Although compliance policies do not necessarily go and remediate something that's not compliant, but it can help me take certain actions to have the end user do it. Just like Mark was telling me, he gets prompts on his laptop asking him to upgrade Chrome, because maybe the Chrome is on a lower version than, than what it should be. That is something we can deploy through policies and ensure that the end users take action before their devices check back in with Intune so that we know that the device is compliant. And of course, these compliance policies can be combined with conditional access, which we are going to talk about on the next slide. And with conditional access, I am going to block non-compliant devices. Let's see how. Now, conditional access is an Entra feature. You can actually look up conditional access policies either through the Intune portal, through the Azure portal, or through the Entra portal, because it's uniform across the platforms. And we have device-based conditional access, and we have app-based conditional access. What I'm going to talk about is more about the device-based conditional access. And access here is going to be based on certain conditions. Basically, conditional access policies are if-then statements. Let me give an example. If a user wants to access a resource, which is an organizational resource, say Outlook, on a company-owned device, then they must have done a particular action, or they must have met a particular requirement, which could be as simple as doing a multi-factor authentication. Or it could be something like, I as an admin would want the user to have access only if they are using an Android device. I don't want to give the user access if they are using an iPhone. Just an example there. So it is platform specific. There's a lot of flexibility in what I can do with conditional access. Basically, with conditional access, you can enforce compliance. So we saw the compliance policies on an earlier slide where we check for certain rules. If those rules are met, then based on conditional access, we can actually grant access to the user and the device. If the rules are not met, we can block a device which is non-compliant. So in general, compliance policies control and restrict access to data and apps based on, say, a user, their location, whether they are logging in from a trusted IP range, whether they are logging in from a specific Windows platform, whatever you can think of. You can actually create controls for that. And that instills robust security. Also, so we looked at three kinds of policies, right? We looked at configuration policies, we looked at conditional access, and we looked at compliance policies. We can combine the three to enhance security and to enforce better security requirements onto corporate and personal devices. So that's the best part, where these three policies that we learned about can be merged to give a better experience to the end user, as well as to ensure that the organization's data and devices are kept secure. So that's really it from a policy standpoint. And I do want to show you real quick on the Intune portal how things look here. So let's see that in action. All right, so I know we are short on time here. I am about to finish right after my demo. So if this is the Intune portal. I'm just quickly going to show you the home page. And within the Intune portal, if I go to devices, these are the 3 policies that I've been talking about: configuration policies, compliance policies, and conditional access. Configuration policies, I have a couple created here. One is for Android, one is for Windows. But if you look at one of these, on the Android devices, what I want to do as an admin is camera, block the camera on that device. Screen capture, block screen capture on the device. So, or this, copy and paste between work and personal apps. I want to block that feature. So I can block that feature right from here within my policies. And then what I do is I actually deploy that out to a group. I don't have a group assigned here, but I would deploy this out to a device group. And those devices will be my end users' devices. And then once they get the policy, they will be restricted from doing that kind of stuff. And then I have something similar for Windows, where I'm actually going to block using a USB connection on a Windows device. And these are just examples. I know admins wouldn't go that mad about this. Blocking removable storage on a Windows device. That's possible. So these are configuration profiles. Then there is compliance. I'll show you this one example, which is a great one. This Android device shows non-compliant. If I see the report, I can see this is my Android for work. It's a personal Android, which shows non-compliant. And this is what it is reporting in Intune. Now, I want to see why this device is reporting non-compliance. I can actually go to the device and drill down to the actual reason why it would show non-compliance. So basically here in device compliance, if I look up, it shows me that it is getting a default compliance policy, which it is compliant with, but it is not compliant with something very specific. If I double click here, it's going to show me it's not compliant with a policy that my admin has done, which is that I need a particular minimum OS version. So those are the kind of settings that we can do and also report back on in Intune. And then the third one here, obviously, is the conditional access, which I'll quickly show. Something like blocking access for unknown or unsupported device platforms. And then there are 3 things you can do with conditional access. You can either just get a report of them, or you can actually turn them on and start blocking things, or you can keep it in an off state. So that's pretty much it. And then if I go back here, the only other things I really want to show here is, yeah, we already did the demo, the key takeaways, right? So obviously, securing devices is important. And it's actually of paramount importance, as we all know in today's world, where we are so vulnerable to attacks and ransomware and whatnot. So it is crucial and can be accomplished with a combination of Azure, Entra, and Intune. Intune really is the main factor here because it is the central tool to manage your devices and secure your devices. Intune actually falls under the security umbrella of Microsoft suites. And then we use Intune's capabilities to support a journey towards zero trust environments to secure not just devices, but also data and apps. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think using Intune definitely helps. So go ahead and explore it. You know, it will be fruitful in helping admins to better manage their devices in an organization. With that, thank you so much. And if you have any questions, feel free to bring them up. Thank you.
I'm actually stealing the first question. Is it possible to, I guess, accidentally or on purpose, brick a device with Intune where it will not be possible to connect to resolve the issues? So like, could you turn off Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and Ethernet and all, and you can't actually get back into the device to unblock it?
That's possible.
On accident, or if like to try it out.
It's possible, just like just like how it is possible with some of the other Azure controls, security controls. Like they have this, Microsoft has this red content in there. Beware to not lock yourself out. when you do these settings, right? So it's possible, but again, it depends on whether you're doing it to a corporate device or to a personal device, and what other controls you have in place. But yeah, I mean, the answer is yes. If you're not careful enough as an admin.
As the father of a 13-year-old son, would it be possible to lock down all of his devices from accessing, I don't know, naughty websites and TikTok and, you know,
Yes.
like, and how feasible would that be? How much would it cost me to do? And like,
All you need is an Intune P1 or P2 license.
oh, how much does that cost? To the penny.
So you really can go for an EMS license, an Enterprise Mobility and Security license, which I think should be around maybe $25 per user per month. I'm not sure
Worth
on
it.
that. And I know Microsoft keeps changing the licensing requirements so often.
Those jerks.
I could be wrong, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
But you definitely should. As a parent, I do think, you know, when I become a parent, I probably will do that. I'll probably have my own Intune and take care of my family devices, you know, to lock them down.
I'm gonna go check that
including my
out.
husband's device.
And by the way, you can automate all this stuff that she talked about with Terraform. Just throwing that out there.
If you would like to.
Yep. Sorry.
And not use Intune. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you're fine. So I wanted to ask a bit more of a granularity kind of question. So it's more of a twofold question. For example, in the minimum OS compliance issue that you had shown us, I'm assuming it would be possible for you to enforce an update to the operating system remotely through Intune. Is that fair to say?
It is, and so we can do that if the device OS allows it. Like Android or iOS, they should allow an admin to do that, to take control of that through Intune. And I know in most cases it is possible, like I can enforce a password. You know, I can enforce a user to change the password. I can keep prompting the user until they change the password. For an OS as well, I can do it. And then there are different ways to do it, like I can create a configuration policy and then enforce OS upgrade. But if it's a personal device, I wouldn't have that control. I can just, you know, prompt the user, but I wouldn't want to touch a user's personal device from that standpoint. So.
And then a follow-up question as it relates to web browsers. Would Intune allow you the granularity of essentially restricting web browsers? For example, Mark should only be using Edge as a, well, respectable Microsoft individual. So I was just kind of curious if that you could enforce that as well.
Yes. Okay. And basically, rather than enforcing, you would configure the device in that way.
Oh, okay.
You can only give Safari access on the device. For instance, like if Safari is a standard browser at your organization for an Apple device. Then,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That was
sure. Yes.
So as a follow-up to his question about the home, if you're already on the 365, where you get like a family license for like 6 people or whatever, can you add Intune or whatever to that and use it that route, or is that a completely separate?
I'm not sure if that pack or that edition includes Intune, but you might want to check. If that includes Intune, you will be able to take control.
Okay.
Because I know it is the business edition which contains Intune inherently as part of the license. But if you're talking about a personal M365 or a M365 for a family, it may not include Intune.
Okay.
In your plan.
Okay. And then a follow-up question is the stuff that Intune does, is it, especially on I'm familiar with Microsoft's Windows operating system, is that implemented on the machine by using the policies or the whatever they call it?
GPO.
Yeah.
GPO is more on-prem, but Intune also has cloud-based GPOs.
Okay.
So it is replicated exactly similar to what you would do on-prem from ADDS, Azure Active Directory domain services. You can do the same thing from Intune. You can deploy group policies through Intune.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like a front end to group policies, in a way.
Because it has a user interface. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
I was curious on the architecture. Let's say you make a change, a policy change. Is that pulled? Is it pushed? Is it hybrid? Like what's the actual mechanics of it? Yes.
That's a very good question, actually. So say I created a policy today, and I deployed it out to 1,000 endpoints, which is 1,000 devices. And then tomorrow, I want to make a slight change in that policy. I'm going to affect all of those devices when I push it again. It is a push. It is never a pull. It can be a pull in cases where you only make software available on the company portal from where end users will download it for themselves. But for the most part, security policies will be a push, and you will affect all the devices that are targeted in the earlier push, unless you create a new profile and you give a different subset of devices, or you assign a different subset of devices to that new policy. So if you're using the same policy, if you don't change the assignment of the devices, you're going to affect all the devices with the new change. Any other questions? Sure?
Yeah, so...
Cameron, you want the mic?
We'll leave the last one for...
Sure, yeah. We're already about, I know, we'll be on time.
Yeah, so kind of going with the mechanics still, is this, is the security, is security blocking work similar to error handling, where you have different conditions that trigger exceptions?
Not exactly. This is more about what you can and cannot do on a device, right? So it will block. So if you're going to, if you, like I said, a coffee shop was a good example. If you go to a coffee shop, try to connect to that Wi-Fi, you may be blocked if there is a policy which is, which actually forces you to only connect to a company Wi-Fi. So it's going to do those kind of things. It's not going to do error handling type of situations, like it's not going to correct the end user from doing wrong things, but it will block if the policies are in place, block from doing certain things which the organization has set.
Okay,
yep.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. I definitely. Thank you.
Thank you again so much.
Sure.
You know the drill at this point. You got 4 minutes, move around, and then the next one's coming.
Great job.
Thank you.
We got 2 more. Hold in there. We lost a couple people now to going out to party on Saturday. I don't know why you do that. Never been to a party in my life.
Very diverse set of topics. That's awesome.
50% AI, and that's very diverse.
All the actions that happen on a corporate so it will show up in the defender rather than on the ATM side. On the ATM side, it's not going to really show anything unless it's like somebody report where it will just say that this device was trying to do something which reported as not compliant. It won't show the details. But through Defender, if they have set to show details, they might know what you're thinking.
So I guess if I'm using that, it's not going to workplace content that I don't have defined. And if, let's say, my whole Wi-Fi, I set it to like to a different
scary things.
Interesting questions, though.
Yeah,
At least the junior level things.
see what you're hearing.
Yes, yeah.
I've seen some getting into work in some departments that have super development, search for open promotions, or jumping from job A to job B.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Good
Thank you
talk.
so much.
That's really super to say to you.
But I do understand, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather have the truth.
Yeah. And I think that transparent organizations is
I think the first thing
I will say.
you're like, yeah, they have talked about the reform or they said
Do you remember where they people are putting their lives on the line to find a way out? You know, that's true. It was an ethically challenging
nothing really helps, just perseverance.
You're perseverance.
Right?
You want to get this in the line? Consider the, okay.
You know,
Okay.
other roles you might enjoy.
Wow. This for your LinkedIn profile?
And that's a sucky thing to say.
Oh, I got you like the second one you moved.
It also depends on how long you want to
The first
work.
one's okay. Good, right? Good, right?
I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate that so much. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Promos.
Yeah. It was the most fulfilling thing I've ever done in my career.
Goofy's the job. I think not goofy would actually be worse.
Maybe I should take a picture with you.
There you go.
Yeah, no, for everybody, and that's not for campus people, but folks who go to.
I need to Photoshop out the bags under my eyes. Yeah, well, no, I've actually started. I'm starting on Monday.
Actually, no, this Monday, the next Monday after that. Security. I used to talk about the Terraform. These are all pretty valid ways of getting more projects. You can't get around in the door, that can like hold time.
Budget cuts, bro.
Yeah,
Travel, like, oh, develop time between QA and QA. So I came back from that. A little bit of the jet lags on you.
I have a lot of checking.
Slowly fading.
You guys have nice chairs, huh? You guys have nice chairs.
That's why
I can see what you're talking about.
yeah. I was debating keeping the couch up front, and I was like, that's.
So I do have a lot of
Yeah? Yeah? Are you doing that other stuff?
No, I'm very interested on it.
Let's get started. Let's get started. I'm gonna, tonight's gonna be almost a lightning talk. There's a lot to cover. But at the end, you know, I'll be available. Questions, reach out to me. Come down to our studio and not talk about this. We got folks in the back that are
Nice. So I guess each AWS will only got AI support and Azure only got AI instead of like one down.
Yeah.
Right.
It's gonna be an interesting battle between I think both those three, AWS and Amazon are probably in last place in terms of tools that we can provide on the service, but they're catching up quickly.
Start bringing it all back together. Gotta get my cat herding in.
Just my name.
And Mike vanished, and I don't touch his Give me 1 second to find our.
I think I've met you before. Matt, let's meet you. How? I need to use that later. Yeah, I love that. They're wonderful. For the last year, for that I taught, I was on fun too.
Yeah.
This is what I love to do for fun.
Yeah.
Anything without conflict of
Yeah, I did.
learning a lot.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Still missing Mike, but I guess we can just start without him.
You got them hearted up?
Huh?
Have you heard of the counts up?
Yes. Sorry, I am not totally.
Me neither.
Okay.
Nothing like the last session of the day with we're second to last session.
Second to last.
People are moving out, you all are tired. I don't think I need this.
That's for the remote people. We're streaming.
I see.
Yeah, no.
All right.
If you don't care about those people, you don't need it.
Okay. So
Yeah, I kind of got over remote and hybrid a couple years ago. So.
I feel it. So pleasure to have Chad here. He is one of the people that's taught me a lot about overall architecture and like system design at the Design Theory. He is, I forget actually your role at Udesic now because the title changed.
It's, what is it called? It is, come on, go thing. Global Director of Application
Yeah.
Innovation.
And he is just one of the people that if you want to know how to design good software and good architecture that you want to listen to. Would highly recommend. Happy to have him here.
Does he know where to stand?
Do I have to stand somewhere?
Just behind the table.
I really like to move around, Mark.
Well, there's all that space
all the
right
space.
there behind that table.
I feel like I'm handicapped right here at step one. All right.
Sorry.
Sorry, remote friends. All right. Thank you, Drake, and thank you, everybody, for having me. Let's go into just really quick what we're talking about today. We're talking about building digital assistants with Azure AI services. So, quick check of the audience. How many of you have heard of AI?
The movie?
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, okay, cool. How many of you have built applications using artificial intelligence, machine learning, or AI? All right, let's take it one final step further. How many of you have built what you would consider a digital assistant, right? An object that goes out, okay? So tell me what you built, man.
I built the Bat computer.
The Bat computer.
And a digital version of my dog.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah.
One of the, I would say first, Discord bots that leverage the ChatGPT like 3.5's API.
Awesome, awesome. We'll talk a little bit about ChatGPT 3.5. I guess it was rather recent then, yeah? Okay. All right, cool. So a little bit about who I am and what I do. I am Global Director for Application Innovation at Udesic. We are the IBM footprint, or sorry, we are the Microsoft Azure footprint at IBM. We specialize in all things Microsoft, primarily Azure. Right? So I'm also a part-time professor at The Ohio State University, and I really enjoy just talking about technology and meeting people and doing things and those types of things. So that's how I spend my time. All right, so getting into what we're talking about today, we're going to talk a little bit about chatbots. That's where we're going to start. Then we're going to talk about the arrival of ChatGPT 3.5. Then we're going to talk about the Azure OpenAI service and how that's meaningful. We're going to take a quick look at Copilot Studio, and we're going to look at Azure AI Studio, and then we're going to look at SDKs, semantic kernel, and AutoGen. Right, so how many of you got an Azure OpenAI instance up and running in your Azure tenant? Anybody? 2, 3? All right. Using Copilot Studio. Right, 1. All right. So we'll take a look at that tonight, and we'll talk about why some of these services might map better to what you're talking about than maybe some other things you might want to do. These move from order of cost, complexity, and customization as we go down. Right. So chatbots, fairly low cost, not highly customizable, and fairly easy to build. And as we get down here to the very bottom, we're talking very low level, almost on the iron type of capabilities as we move down. So I'm going to keep hitting the wrong button. All right, so chatbots and the bot framework, this is where Microsoft kind of entered the whole entry point of building chatbots. They came out with an SDK. They backed it with a number of Azure services back in 2016. It's evolved significantly since that 2016 launch as we get to version 4, which is where we are now. It supports things like AI. Initially it started off with things like Q&A Maker. It was almost more of an if-then loop on steroids, as it were, right? But a lot more capabilities today, but this is kind of where we got in, where we got started on building chatbots in the Microsoft ecosystem. We're kind of past this phase collectively as in industry right now, but it's important to understand where we started, right? From there, we went to chatbots and powered by the Power App platform, Power Virtual Assistants, more of a low-code, no-code sort of solution. They were trying to target citizen developers and what they call fusion teams, which is what we see here. These fusion teams are mixes of business professionals, IT admins, semi-coders, pro developers, and those types of things. They're all working together to build this hyper chatbot on steroids kind of experience.
They work with Power Virtual Agents, and they work with the Azure Bot Service for the lower level things. So high level, drawing pictures, low code, no code. Azure Bot Service when you really need to get underneath the hood of things and really do some customizable things, right? So this went from about 2021 to 2023. Near the end of 2023, some things started to phase out, okay? Any questions so far? Right. Anybody build anything on the chatbot SDK or Power Virtual Agent? Yeah, you did?
Yep.
Yeah. Good experience?
It was interesting. I was doing a lot with Microsoft Bot Framework. I'm like, this is really cool. And then ChatGPT came out. I was like, oh.
It's almost like I have a plant sitting in the front row, because that's where I swear I didn't rehearse that. Matt, thank you so much. Right, and so I generated this piece of art asking Dolly to celebrate the triumphant debut of ChatGPT in the mode of Da Vinci. Right, so this is what we got here. Still kind of struggles with doing things like 3.5. I mean, if anybody can read this sign, please call me. I know it's April 20th, and that might be why you can read that sign. Right? So November 30th, 2022, and I know we spent pretty much most of December and a good part of January just trying to figure out how does this whole prompt engineering thing work? How can we do prompt injection and hack it and make it do things that they wouldn't want us to do, but we would want it to do? What are the business implications of these things? But while it's still sitting on OpenAI's tenant, it was still very limited for a number of reasons. Right? For one, they had a pretty restricted licensing program where if you upload your company data, they potentially could train their model on that company data. That left a lot of people pause. We had a policy inside our organization, hey, thou shalt not put any customer data or any company data on OpenAI's ChatGPT instance. But do go out and look at it. Do go out and hack on it, right? And so we spent a lot of time doing that. Very shortly after that, Microsoft launched GitHub's Copilot. So we started installing that and hacking around on that one. Drake gave a great talk about that a few months ago. Maybe sometime we'll get that talk dusted off, and things have changed a bit since then. Love to hear that evolve, right? But so as we start to look at building things on ChatGPT, let me back up a step. I got ahead of myself. We start to build these applications on ChatGPT, and we need to have our own private instance. We wanted data protection. We wanted to be able to connect our data to the thing. We needed to evolve. So Microsoft came out with the Azure OpenAI instance very quickly thereafter. So how many know the relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft? What's the relationship? Yes?
So I believe currently Microsoft owns, what is it, like a 49% stake in OpenAI, so almost a majority ownership stake?
Enough of a controlling influence so when the CEO gets fired, they can bring him back, right?
Pretty much,
yeah. Basically. Boy, that was a fun day.
Oh,
fun weekend.
Yeah. Nothing like getting fired on a Saturday, right? So, yeah. So, anyway, we needed a better, more industry solution. A good chunk of the training data that ChatGPT 3.5 developed, it was ran on the Microsoft data center, in the Microsoft data centers on their compute clusters, and they had the inside track on. I'm really struggling with this remote. They had the inside track on being able to run Azure OpenAI or OpenAI inside Azure. So there is no GCP instance, there is no AWS instance. Also, the funny thing about OpenAI is it's no longer open, it's extremely closed. So, okay, so let's take a look at Azure OpenAI. I'm going to just jump into the portal real quick. This is an Azure OpenAI resource running inside Azure. At the very front overview, you have a couple different things. Hey, do you want to set up monitoring for your OpenAI workloads? Do you want to track usage and tokens and those kind of things? Those are things you don't necessarily get out of the box on OpenAI ChatGPT, right? So you get a little more industry and enterprise experience here. There's some developer toolkit. The thing I wanted to show us real quick was this Azure OpenAI Studio, right? So this gives us the ability to come into this entry point. We can start building applications and configuring our current applications to run on Azure OpenAI, okay? We have a couple different things we can do. We can bring our own data. That's something we can't easily do inside OpenAI. We might not feel comfortable about the privacy policies. We might want to have more control over things. More importantly, I might have a whole bunch of proprietary application data already sitting in my enterprise. So this allows me to hook up to blob storage or Cosmos or Elasticsearch or an internal URL or upload files or a number of other data sources. So now I can enrich this particular generative AI experience with my own custom data. Does anybody know what that's called when you take your custom data and you enrich it with generative AI? Yes?
Well, it depends on how you're doing it, but like in context learning is an obvious one. I would say few-shot prompting if you organize it in a way where you're giving examples, but probably in context learning. Or RAG, yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. What'd you have? Fine-tuning is a little bit different than this. Fine-tuning goes into this, but the idea of augmenting our data is exactly what Drake said. It is RAG pattern or retrieval augmented generation. So I'm taking customers, or I'm taking internal specific data, and I'm enriching that with Gen AI, and I'm getting it to spit results out for me. When I do that, I have, first of all, I'm getting access to the data I care about, my internal records, my internal data, my internal users. More importantly is I'm reducing the idea of hallucination, and I'm getting more domain-specific results in my Gen AI. So Gen AI does not do domain-specific knowledge extremely well, okay? We're going to come back to that idea that it doesn't do domain knowledge extremely well, right? So I can add my own custom data. I have now more control over what I'm doing with my, my generative AI responses. I can come in and set up mock completions in this playground. I'm not going to demo this. You guys should know how most of this works, but you know, I type in a question, it's going to give me a response back. The other interesting part is I now can control what models I deploy in my instance. Right here you see I have DALL-E 3 deployed. I have Chat 3.5 Turbo 16K deployed. If this was our enterprise tenant, I could say, hey, let's create a new deployment, and I would have the ability to drop in a 4GPT or a 32K. I don't have this particular subscription set up to take this model, but let's say for a second we did. I could come in and add GPT-4. Why would I want GPT-4 versus over GPT 3.5, other than the fact that it's newer, right? Yes?
Well, it generally has better results, and it also has a larger context.
Larger context window, much, much better results.
Yeah.
Trained on a lot more parameters, et cetera, right? So I want to be able to use better models, then that's where I deploy those things. Also, these models, they have life cycles to them, right? 3.5 Turbo 16K, I don't know exactly when, actually it says right here.
Yeah.
June 12th it gets retired, right? So now you're set up for this whole world where you have to manage these language models, and you have to be able to service them, retire them, version them, and those kind of things, right? So we know that any application we build on this particular instance, we're gonna have to retire shortly, right? So I'm now, you know, in what we call LLM ops, or model management ops. Yes, Drake?
Is there any like 3.5 latest, or something like, I don't know, you mean versioning like the YAML file?
As of right now, no. It'd be a nice idea, right? But then it starts to cycle automatically, I think, and that could run into some issues. But you have specifically released things. I think the most recent is Turbo 16K for 3.5. All right, so anyway, one second, I'll come back. I have other things I can do, right? I can list all my models, my data files. I can set quotas. Right now, things are moving towards this idea of provision throughput. You know, if I have a tenant-wide organization, I want to run everything through my common Azure API instance. I can say, okay, you know, department of this, you have these PTUs, department of that, you have those PTUs, et cetera, et cetera. But it gives you low-level capability and management of your OpenAI instances. Right? Yep.
Oh, so I wanted to ask about model retirement since you brought it up.
Yep.
It specifically mentions model retirement. I'm assuming for Studio, right? OpenAI Studio?
For Azure OpenAI Studio.
Okay.
But hold that question.
I feel like I think you know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah. Hold that question. Hold that question. All right, I'm going to jump back in. I'm not going to spend any more time on Azure OpenAI. If you want to talk about it maybe after this session, we certainly can. But I'm going to move on to the next thing, right? So, you know, right now, in case you haven't heard, Microsoft really likes this idea of copilots. Have you heard of copilots? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. It's kind of like the new Azure, right? It's the main brand that they're really focusing on drilling on. And I wish I was a meme guy, I'd have the meme, you know, copilot all of the things, right? Because that's what we're doing right now. We're copiloting all of the things. So Copilot Studio gives us an abstraction above Azure OpenAI, right? It gives us a SaaS-like offering to come in and build
these AI intelligent apps, right? So it replaces Power Virtual Agents, and this is where you want to get in right now if you're going to build assistants on the Microsoft platform. You want to start here, least complex, least costly. Citizen developers, Fusion Team still, it's a platform for building conversational apps, including chatbots, right? We look at the underlying architecture, there's a lot going on there. You know, first of all, I have Microsoft Entra ID, formerly known as Azure AD. You guys are cheating. Azure AD, so what does that give me? That gives me security and fine-grained control of things that are happening inside my Copilot ecosystem. It gives me the ability to extend my existing enterprise copilots. It gives me the ability to integrate with Slack and with Flutter and with WhatsApp and Teams and all these other things. You might want to integrate with this thing. I don't know. I probably not, but it's up to you. You have the bot service, which gives you lower level fine-grained control. So if you need to build custom extensions into your Copilot, you can do that. I have the ability to enrich it with Azure OpenAI Search, so I kind of have like an Elasticsearch experience with all of my data, and I can hook it up to custom enterprise things like Dynamics 365, ERP systems and those types of things. And it's all protected by Microsoft Data Loss Protection, right? So I get a lot of capabilities here. I can hook it up to my question and answering, QA Builder, AI Builder, other pre-built connectors. A lot of extensibility, but this is still a SaaS product, and it's still kind of a low-code, no-code type of solution, right? It makes it very easy to customize things, but you run into some constraints, right? If you try to go too deep or you try to go outside of this ecosystem, you'll start to step on rakes and you'll hit yourself, okay? So you gotta be careful, right? So let's take a quick look at Copilot Studio, and this is something that you all should be able to do and kind of follow along with me. So if we just do a quick search on Microsoft Copilot Studio, you should be able to come to this splash page, right? Without signing in, you should say, try a demo. All right, let's try this demo. All right, and let's put in a website. So I'm going to put in my company's website. All right, and you can put in what you want to put in, and I'm going to hit Start Chat. All right, and I'm going to accept the terms and conditions and those kind of things. And I'm going to say, what services? My typing speed goes down by 67% when people watch me type. So the more you watch, the slower I type. So everybody cover their eyes. I promise I'll get this typed right.
It is April 20th. It's okay.
I'm stoned all night. All right. So
that's why you were late.
Yeah. I was on time. I got here exactly what I intended to, man. All right. So you can see the result. Man, that's pretty cool. I just said, hey, I want you to index newdesert.com and go through what service you provide. Well, cloud infrastructure services, migration, data, app innovation, business transformation, yada, yada, yada. And I have references, right? So this is really cool. It's giving me references so I know it's not hallucinating. If I want to drill into each one of those points, I certainly can do so, right? Really, really cool. Right. Okay, so I'm going to jump back out of here. So you all can continue to try your demo on Copilot Studio. I'm going to go something a little more lower level with this, right? And I'm going to go into an actual Copilot. So inside this Copilot Studio, I have this timesheet helper, right? As a consultancy, we have to enter our time so we can bill clients. What if I had something where I can, just pick up my phone and say, hey, what, digital assistant's name, so she doesn't wake up and get in the way of my talk. Enter my time. I worked 40 hours last week, billed evenly, Monday through Friday, across all things, right? So this timesheet helper will help me do that. I can come in and configure specific flows inside my data. I can say, hey, for specific topics, I want you to behave this way. For example, here's a goodbye topic, right? Whenever we log off, I want you to follow this flow, right? Make sure I close all my tasks in Jira for the day, make sure I've answered all email, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? I have other flows I can do. Let's go back to the topics. Maybe a lesson one, maybe we have an onboarding, or maybe we have a log off or an offboarding or something like that. I can enrich it with generative AI. In this particular case, when I enrich it with generative AI, what model do I use? Anybody know?
Like what you're defaulting to, you mean?
Yeah, what Copilot Studio uses one model and one model only. What is it?
I don't think it's 3.5.
It is 3.5 16K.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, that explains the character length then.
Yeah. Yep. So
So anyway, just note that in the back of your head, right? I'm now constrained to a specific model. But this is a SaaS product. I don't have to version models, right? The whole idea of a SaaS is I don't have to worry about versioning and modeling and all those other things. I'm turning most of that over to our friends at Microsoft. They're doing that management for me. They're doing model upgrades and all that for me. I can do actions. These are in preview, and we're going to talk about this here in a little bit as well. I can get analytics on specific flows, but after I'm done with this timesheet helper, I can publish it, and now the timesheet helper is now available to my enterprise. So anybody can use my timesheet helper that is a Copilot Pro or an M365 licensed user inside my organization, right? So Copilot Studio makes it very easy to extend the existing Microsoft Copilot fleet of products. Also makes it very easy to build your own custom Copilots to help drive, intelligent apps and AI adoption inside your enterprise. But it's kind of an internal focused thing. It's not something you want to turn over to your million customer users or billion customer users sitting in your storefront, right? So I think that's all I want to hit right now on Copilot Studio. I'm also trying to be mindful of time here. Jumping back, let's go to presentation, Copilot Studio. All right, sometimes you need to go deeper, right? This is a SaaS product, and a lot of times we need to go into the PaaS realm of things or into the even lower infrastructure side of things, right? So our PaaS offering is coming into Azure AI Studio, being able to maybe do things other than just GPT 3.5. If I want to do 4, or if I want to use Llama, or I want to use this idea of multi-model inference, right? I can now do that inside Azure AI Studio. So let's jump back here. All right, I'm going to close OpenAI Studio. I'm going to close Copilot. And I'm going to go back to here. So you'll see I have Azure OpenAI stood up. Here's how I got into the Azure OpenAI Studio. Not to confuse things, here is the Azure AI Studio. Notice now we're not saying Azure OpenAI. So if it's the first time through, you'll get this little wizard here. We're just going to hit create later because I've already created this, Cooking Show Magic, and I don't want you guys to sit and watch it for provision resources and those kind of things. So let's go into this Explorer. Inside Explorer, I have this big giant model catalog, right? And look, we see, here's my GPTs, Turbo Instruct, DaVinci for embeddings. I have Mistral, I have Meta. This is one thing I think is really cool about Microsoft, right? When did you start at Microsoft, Martin?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, right? Okay, so this won't be like really awkward or anything like that. We all remember, or the older folks in the room who don't have hair, like we remember when Microsoft didn't play well with others, did they? Right? And they were
the old Microsoft.
The old Microsoft. They had a very closed system, right? When Satya took over, things started to evolve. And the thing I love about this one is, look at all these models I have. I have 1,600 models that I can choose to run, right? Look, wow, a Google model. Are you kidding me? Like, Steve Ballmer's rolling around in his grave right now, isn't he? Except he's not even dead, which makes it really weird, right? Yeah. So I really like this Microsoft feed model, very small, very fast. We're seeing these models evolve very quickly, right? One of the things that's interesting about ChatGPT 4 is even though it's trained on a lot of parameters and it has this really big window, it sometimes still has problems with results and accuracy and whatnot. Why? Because it's trained on general purpose stuff. What if I want a very specific model? What if I want to do my own custom models? What if I want to have, a smaller footprint that, burns less trees down whenever I run my model, right? These things cost money, they cost CPUs, they cost cycles. So I want to pick the right model for my job, right? What that allows me to do is select a couple of different models, run them in some kind of a model benchmarking so I can configure a couple different benchmarks, a couple different tests. I can figure out, hey, do I want to use Llama? Do I want to use ChatGPT? Do I want to use something else? And I can run it. I can structure a prompt catalog around those kind of things. Do I want to do a social media analysis or an ad summary or real estate agents, file taxes, all kinds of neat things that I can come in and play with. This gives me the ability to now really fine-tune things. I'm no longer just locked into GPT 3.5. I can now start to play with different models. Cool? Get it? All right, cool. So let me jump back out. We're looking at Azure AI Studio. Now we're going to go one level deeper. And this is where we're spending a lot of our time right now as an organization. Moving from chatbots to Skynet. Anybody not know what Skynet is? Yeah? Somebody give a quick 20 seconds. What's Skynet? Yeah?
It's the AGI, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's the AGI.
That basically took over.
The titanium. Yeah, exactly. titanium robots with AGI. An M50 caliber, yeah, exactly. Right. So, you know, what could go wrong, right? We're here in chatbot world. We move to RAG patterns where we're extending these generative AIs with our own customized data. That gives us, you know, first of all, it gives us grounding, which means I'm, you know, reducing my chances of having hallucination, and I can also get references for my data. I'm also injecting with my own specific domain models and those types of things. Copilot's what we just looked at. When we talk about Copilot, we're talking about agents that work side by side. There's a pilot in the seat, he's the captain or she's the captain of the plane. There's a co-pilot there, you know, telling us our longitude, telling us our latitude, telling us our fuel, things we don't necessarily want to think about when we're too tired to look down at the gauges, right? What you don't want to do is turn too much over to the co-pilot. That's true with GitHub Copilot, that's true with M365 Copilot, it's true with anything, right? You still remain in command, and that has to be so. But as we start to move on and we start to get better at our models, we start to get better at our training, now we get into fully autonomous things. What if instead of saying, hey, Copilot, enter my timesheet, since I don't have any sick hours last week, it just enters my timesheet for me? I would love that. My boss would hate it, but I would love that. I think that's awesome. So getting to fully autonomous agents and being able to reason about things and to understand so we don't have hallucination and we can actually trust that these things are behaving in a certain way, we need to be able to test them, and they need to not be a black box for what we're doing, right? So as we move on to that, we have SDKs that are from Microsoft right now, and I think these are absolutely phenomenal. I spend most of my day just, you know, tinkering with semantic kernel and autogen. Anybody familiar with semantic kernel? Anybody built anything in semantic kernel? Two? What'd you build?
The back computer.
The back computer. Tell me more about that.
I told you about it earlier.
You missed it. Yeah, you missed both of our talks. We covered a lot.
April 20th, yeah.
The pops on my smoke itself. No. Yeah, sorry, I missed the back computer. Yeah, I'm sorry I missed your talk. Okay, so.
Okay, we're not missing.
Yeah.
Stream this so you can make everybody that's like watch it. Just put it on the big TV.
Okay, all right, cool. So when we start building agents inside semantic kernel, did you build agents in semantic kernel?
No, but I did talk a lot about agents with AutoGen.
Okay, so connectors and orchestration and planning and all that other stuff.
Multi-agent.
You talked about multi-agent.
Yeah, no, my talk was on AutoGen.
Cool. Oh yeah, that's neat stuff.
Yeah.
So when we build agents inside semantic kernel, it's three main metaphors we want to follow. Plugins, being able to connect to different things, extend the reach of what we can do inside just our normal generative AI. Planners, how do we execute these tasks, right? Do I need to run this task, then this task, then this task, or do I need to reverse the order of things? And personas, I want these things to take on different meanings and characteristics as we run through these semantics. So that gives me the ability to build plugins, right? Here we see the other things, the Copilots of the world, the Copilot Studios of the world. Semantic kernel gives me that low-level impression where I'm now in control of things. I'm either writing in Java, C# or Python, and I'm building a very specific application with my very specific data. There are a number of reasons why I want to do this. I want more customization, or I'm not fully signed off on Copilot in my enterprise yet. We're working with a company right now that's in the aerospace industry. Because they do military, that is a hard no to do Copilot. But for some reason, if we write custom code in semantic kernel, totally okay. So single agent with semantic kernel. When we look at things we built with semantic kernel, this is a single agent capability. I'm giving a single persona, I'm giving it some connectors and plugins and capabilities and those kind of things, but I'm not using this whole multi-agent paradigm yet. So we have this thing that we use for organizations that can't build their own Copilot stuff. It's called chat. So if I come in and look at this, I did a particular cooking show magic. I said, hey, what areas are based on AI trends in 2024, and it gave me results. Right? Some of these results come from Bing. Some of these results are coming from just OpenAI itself, and some of them are coming from our SharePoint plugin. So we have a off-the-shelf plugin that allows you to say, hey, I want to ingest documents from SharePoint, and then as the owner of a particular SharePoint collection, you can say, hey, I want these documents to come in or not, right? You have to be an owner of that SharePoint site to be able to ingest documents. But this SharePoint and this Bing plugin fill out that RAG pattern, and they help us ground our truth, but they also help us give our custom specific data. But we're doing all of this with semantic kernel. That's our driver. We have different connectors, different adapters, different things that we have going on behind the scenes. This also gives us the ability to connect to our customers' private applications and LOD apps and those type of things. How am I doing on time, Jake?
You started a little late, but you're...
I'm right up against the edge of it, aren't I? Yeah. All right, so let me show you one last thing then. Let's take a, you didn't do AutoGen, right? You just did AutoGen.
No, I just talked about it and then how it connected to AutoGen.
Okay, so we're gonna look at AutoGen real quick. Also a Microsoft framework. This is built in SDK. You see right here I'm going against GPT-4 Turbo 128K. I'm going against our internal model. I have an API key. I have a version. I'm doing some configuration on how the LLM should behave. I'm giving it a C value so it knows whether to hit the cache or not. Temperature means how precise do I need it to be versus how creative do I need it to be. If I needed creativity, I would be up around 100. I need precision right now, so I'm down to 0. And I'm going to create this assistant. Right? And this assistant's going to do work for me, and the user proxy is kind of like, you know, advocating on my behalf. So the user proxy is going to give work to the agent. The agent's going to come back to the user proxy, and they're going to dialogue back and forth until the user proxy can't resolve things, and then the control comes back out to me. So it's almost like a co-pilot with an assistant. Got it? All right, cool. So I'm going to have to do something very simple, get the sum of all numbers from 1 to 100. Let's run that. And let me just make sure I don't have this already running. And minimize, run again. So you see the trace prompt here, get all sum of numbers from 1 to 100. It's doing some magic right now behind the scenes. It's spinning up the whole agent framework. It's hitting the model underneath the covers.
What's the back end of your APIM?
It is APIM.
Like behind?
Behind APIM, I have a front door APIM, and then we hit a load balancer.
Like AKS or something?
It is not AKS. These are all just running on, these are just Azure OpenAI instances. There's no compute right now.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. I'll show you the architecture if you want to see it afterwards. Yeah, yeah. So it's running a little slower than I thought, actually, which sucks because, okay, there we go. There's the number, right? 550. Well, let's maybe say that's not what I really wanted to do, right? This is a conversational piece, so I can say, you know what, I'm sorry. I want you to output the results to file. Drake, pull the cord when I need to be pulled, okay? I just one more I'll show after this one.
So right now it's writing code and then running it to get the result?
It is. Let's take a look at that. All right, so the first time it just gave me the results. The second time, the agent said, hey, I need you to do this. All right, sorry, I'll put the results of the file. So the proxy tells the assistant, hey, do it this way. So now the assistant says, hey, here's my Python file. Here's my code. And then I'm going to save that to calculate sum to file pi. And then it's still going to give me the results back, right? So if I go in here, I now have in this directory sum calculate file to pi, right? So let me do one last piece here. I'm going to highlight all this stuff. I'm going to delete it, and we're going to run this all over. This is always fun because the neat thing about AI, especially generative AI, is it is non-deterministic, right? I can run this 9 times and get 9 different kind of results, right? The answer comes back the same, but the way it executes the plan and what it does underneath the covers is different. So I'm going to take this right here, and just to save you guys from watching me type this in this time, 420 and all that, right, Mark? Yeah. So I'm just going to run this, and we'll start all over again here. Let's type exit, and hit play.
That's a little
Okay, on. So let's watch it just go, right?
Friday was a bad day for the stocks, I gotta say. Yeah.
But let's look at this plan real quick. So the first thing it does is says, hey, assistant back to the user proxy, I want to get today's date, and I'm going to use this date time module. It's telling you what it's going to do semantically, right? Mm-hmm. And it's explaining that out and saying, okay, let's write a Python script to get today's date. And then we'll come back to it after I get this, but here's my plan to do today's date, and then here's the function I want you to use, blah, blah, blah. And then it comes back and says, okay, now we have today's date. Let's calculate the year to date between now and then, all right? And then let's get the results back. Now, I want you to notice up here, when I gave it the prompt, I misspelled Tesla intentionally, right? So there's a cool thing when We're no longer imperatively or declaratively programming, we're now semantically programming. So the AI is able to figure out, hey, this jackass meant Tesla, right? And it's going to go out and get Tesla data instead, and when it's all done, it's going to give me the results of Tesla. Boy, Elon's having a bad year, isn't he? Wow. Down 40%, Apple down 11%, Google up 11, Microsoft up 7. Here's a fun one. Let's say, hey, can you add...
And you could just leave the H there.
can you add, I could have. Yeah. Let's add GE and GM. Let's see if it's able to come back and give us a stock ticker quote for these. This is going to kind of blow your mind a little bit. Yes, sir.
Question. So
Yep.
Even when we set a seed as well as temperature to 0, it's still non-deterministic.
Temperature doesn't matter on non-deterministic. Absolutely, it still is always probability and non-determinism. When I set the seed, it's just going to the cache. So if it sees that exact same prompt, it's going to give the same result back and not burn a token for me. Yep. Right. So look at this. How about that? Blue bloods like General Electric and General Motors outperforming the big bad tech industry right now. But, do NVIDIA, this is my final, come on up, do the switch. Right? Right, all bets are off when we do NVIDIA, so it's going to be like 79% or something like that, right?
Easy 800, 900.
But this General Electric's really cool, right? They just did a big divestiture. So they went from one company down to 3 companies, and now we have this big thing, right? So now we added NVIDIA. So, but it's kind of cool, right? I'm asking it to do things, and it's writing new code, it's appending the array, and I can follow this data. The last time I ran this example, it generated 4 different Python scripts. Every time I made the change, it gave me a new Python script. This time it's like, I'm just going to update the existing Python script. I can come in and see what's happening underneath the covers because I had to save off to the file. So it's.
Is it importing a Yahoo Finance Python
package? It did that all on its own. It did that through the planner. It said, hey, you know what, to do that, I'm going to do this. Sometimes it grabs a different API, which is really weird. You never know how it's going to behave, right?
You got to specify.
But the idea is, at the end of the day, I'm still going to get the year-to-date results. It's the outcome that matters. It's the output that matters. How it gets there, I'm less concerned about. So that's a paradigm shift for us as developers. We're no longer forcing things through on an imperative declarative path. We're specifying our intent, and we're just kind of letting it go. Right? Notice in this app pie, I didn't write any logic code. All I did was build configuration up and feed it a task. And it did the rest on its own. All right. That's it. That's all I have.
I hope you stick around because I have so many questions we don't have time to ask them.
I'll stick around.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Good shot, man.
I have so many questions. Yeah, are we not doing questions? We're behind schedule.
Sorry.
Speak to the organizer.
No, he seems like a bit of a prick. You should be organized. Chad, you're still mic'd up.
Am I? I am. Thank you for that. Well, that would have been awkward as I got in the car, right?
Who the hell's this guy?
Right.
Don't worry, I'm not talking again. I'm just pulling up slides. I know you all would not appreciate that. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to click buttons and things I can't see.
Do I get to see the presenter?
Oh, do you want to see the presenter?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess so. That's an option.
That way I can know what's coming.
Is that on duplicate mode? I always forget.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, good enough.
Button. Okay, sweet.
So, okay, last one of the night. We are only a little behind schedule, which I'm going to count that as a win, honestly. It was the pizza, weirdly enough. So we have Mark, my fellow co-organizer of the Azure Meetup in Columbus. He is, like I said, pretty much everyone here tonight has been a teacher for me over time. And he is the guy that if you are new to the tech scene and you have questions about Azure, he'll always be at Code and Coffee. He's always around, able to answer questions, no matter how stupid my questions are. And I've asked a lot of stupid Azure questions.
Yeah, it's ask any of the people that have asked questions. They're not always so good. So you're in for a treat, and of course he has the YouTube channel, the Azure Terraformer. So if you want a raw quantity of teacher, you can probably find more hours of him talking than anybody else. And I mean, that's quantity's a quality all its own. So.
I'm going for quantity, definitely not quality. I don't use a teleprompter. Most of my YouTube content is literally me just on my computer in front of a camera, just doing whatever the hell I feel like on using Terraform. So that's how I roll. Anyways, today I thought I would take a little bit of a different turn, not talking about Terraform today. We're talking more about what I do at my day job at Microsoft. Just platform resiliency, understanding like there's some major changes that have been happening to the platform over the last few years. This is not like a new thing, but like it takes a long time to kind of pivot some of these new features, especially when we talk about the underlying foundation of the platform. But yeah, as Drake mentioned, this is me. I work for Microsoft. I'm actually in an engineering role, so I always tell people I'm not here to sell you anything. Praise be to COVID, I didn't have to move to Redmond to get an engineering job at Microsoft. That's a whole new Microsoft, as a previous speaker mentioned. And I work in the Azure core team. So that's compute, networking, and storage, the foundation of the platform. Our biggest customers are other Azure services like Cosmos DB. So that's how we roll. I've in a previous life, I did a lot of consulting. So I worked on lots of other clouds, AWS, Google Cloud. This year, I just made HashiCorp Ambassador, so that's kind of fun. Mainly because, okay, thanks. Mainly because, I make funny YouTube videos and sometimes educational. So that's me. Here we go. So the agenda for today, we're going to take, just because, I don't know where everybody is, right? So we're going to take a little bit of a look at the anatomy of Azure's global infrastructure, just to set the basis so we know what we're talking about here. We're going to look at some common resiliency strategies in order to build resilient systems on Azure. We're going to look at how an end user such as yourselves would leverage the resiliency built into the platform. And then we're going to even layer on top of that, like using a Kubernetes workload, how you would build Kubernetes-based systems to take advantage of the resiliency as well. So that's kind of what we're doing today. So we talked about, I think a question came up earlier, like, well, can small clouds leverage unique features to kind of leapfrog the big boys? Yeah, I think that's definitely possible, and there's definitely potential for disruption. But I think a point was made. It's a very capital-intensive business, building a hyperscale cloud. As you can see here, these are Azure regions. Each one of these little blue dots, we are going to just do the two-finger pinch in the next slide and look at what exactly each one of those blue dots really is. Spoiler alert: it's a lot of servers. Okay. But yeah, we have a lot of blue dots. There's some little dot blue dots that are pending. So, note, this is not an announcement, but we are rolling out lots of new regions. We are rolling out AI dedicated regions, right? I think we made some announcements recently about all this stuff in order to not burn those trees down, or maybe we're burning those trees, I don't know. But AI takes a lot of computing power. And so we really are ramping up the region, factory game. So you can see kind of the speckled little green dots. That's where we got going on. We cover the globe. I won't drain that slide, but if you want to know what region you want to go deploy to, you can go check that map. So what is a region? What is an AZ? I'm just picking on US West here, but in reality, a region, when you go provision something in Azure, you're actually touching multiple data centers, right? And so these little boxes right here, you're probably talking about at least 3, massive billion-dollar data centers, right? When you provision something to a region. So bear that in mind. Why? I think this gentleman, I'm picking on you, okay? He's like, why would I use the cloud? I got a server in my garage. I know. Dude, Sometimes I pay the price almost every day on LinkedIn, okay? All the hate I've been getting. Anyways, I make too many jokes on LinkedIn, I gotta stop. No, like in my consulting days, like I'd have these startup companies and like this, like the executives of the startup was like, yeah, so my IT guy's like, he's got a server in his garage, like, but like we're trying to do demos and like it falls over all the time. It's like, well, that's what happens when you rock on a server in somebody's garage or basement or their parents' basement, you know? So what you pay for in each of the SKUs on the cloud, it has built into that the resiliency of these massive data centers. You've got redundant water, redundant electricity, redundant fiber to the global backplane, right? So that's part of the costs that you're buying in there, right? So I have a home lab. Like I recommend everybody have a home lab, whether it's a couple of Raspberry Pis stitched together or a rack, you know, whatever you want to rock, man. Like, you know, have fun, play around with your home lab. But like, if I'm going to actually go deploy something, you know, that's going to be a production system, I would rather, you know, have somebody like Azure or one of the other hyperscalers take care of that hard effort of building this massive infrastructure. So when we delve into what those big boxes are, right? We got those data centers. They're each individual data centers that we can deploy to. And so the AZ. So when we look at resiliency, right? We can deploy our application across 2 regions, and this is called multi-region resiliency. And so regions are typically, don't quote me on this, but like about 500 miles apart, right? They're pretty far away. So if a meteor like slams into Earth and knocks out one of these regions, right? So the other regions are probably gonna be okay, right? That's kind of the idea. So if you host your application across regions, right? That, you know, you get the resiliency of those 2 regions, and you know, you're taking advantage of both of those rock solid infrastructures. Now, there are some good use cases to do that. Disaster recovery, right? Like if a meteor strikes, you know, US West, like I got something in US East, maybe I don't have the whole thing up and running. Like I just have to flip a switch and then we're ready to rock. If you have dispersed user populations, right? If you have business or enterprise, you might have certain offices around the globe, right, where you have a high concentration of your workforce, and those folks need to, you know, VPN in, they need to access critical systems, and they need to do their jobs. And when you start moving beyond businesses or enterprise, you might be talking, maybe you're doing the next Amazon.com or the next, you know, I don't know, LinkedIn or whatever, like the next social network. That's when we start talking about hyperscale workloads where you just have a consumer audience that's huge, they're everywhere, you don't know where they are, right? And multi-region resiliency makes sense in those scenarios. It can be expensive, right? Especially if you're doing active-active, right? Like load balancing across, you know, a plethora of regions. Multi-AZ resiliency is a little bit different. With AZ resiliency, you're deploying your application into a single region, and you know, your application is now hosted in all the data centers within that region, each data center essentially becoming an AZ. And what use cases do we have for that? Low latency workloads. If you have, you know, multi-region resiliency, 500 miles, I mean, physics starts to take into effect, right? Like it literally takes a while to push those electrons across that distance. So low latency workloads, like things like Cassandra, Kafka, things like that, you know, kind of needs to be closer together. Regional populations, if you do have a high density of people, you know, in one location, you know, you don't necessarily need to be all over the place, but you do want the high availability that comes with the availability zones. And then lastly, like probably applies more to our friends over across the pond, right? Data residency requirements, things like that, GDPR, you know, whatever. But like, you literally don't want your data to leave the region at all. Like, I'm just in Germany sovereign. Like, just stay there. Like that, we're not going anywhere else. So, these are 2 resiliency modes that you can opt for your workloads. They can be paired together, right? You can have multi-region and load balance across regions. Within the region, you can have multi-AZ. So, you know, pick your poison. It depends on how deep you want to go, how much resiliency, how much high availability you need within your workload. So how do we make this possible? Well, it kind of starts with virtual machines. And I'm not going to go into PaaS, okay, because a lot of the PaaS services kind of do this for you. So, I want to lay the foundation, and this will give you some insight into how we do it at Microsoft, right? Because ultimately our PaaS services are running on VMs, right? And so at the most primitive level, right? So with loose virtual machines, you can spin up a bunch of them, but Azure, if you don't tell Azure like that these virtual machines work together, then it can't really assume that, right? So we, in the traditional resiliency model for Azure, we had this mechanism called an availability set, which basically created this logical container around a set of virtual machines that you said, hey, these guys are friends. They're all trying to work together to accomplish the same task. It would be really bad if one of them went down, and the other ones kind of need to know about it. Like we can't have more than one of these guys go down at a specific time. So you roll them into an availability set. These are loose VMs. So that's Fred, that's John, that's Bill. We know them. They're not just randos that kind of get spun up. We'll get to that later. So this kind of logical container informs Azure on how to place these into the Azure data centers. Virtual machine scale set, again, is, okay, we don't have pets anymore. We don't have Fred, Bob, and Bill, or whatever they're called. We have kind of an anonymous dynamic set of virtual machines that we can elastically scale. And that's what a virtual machine scale set is. Virtual machine scale set does give us the same capabilities that an availability set does. It informs Azure, hey, these guys are all on the same team. Like, it would be really bad if we lost more than 2 of these, or a large number of these at a given time. So both of these devices allow us to, trying to make sure I hit the right button, allow us to tell Azure, hey, protect these guys, make sure you keep some of these guys healthy. And so when we look at how this plays out into a data center or a region, so we got West US, we have data center 1, data center 2, data center 3. There's no rocket science here. Data centers have racks of servers. They got network switches, top of rack, and we're going to place your workload within them. In those data centers, we have crafted fault domains, and those fault domains basically create boundaries that are tied to the critical pieces of hardware that if they fail, then that group of nodes are going to fail together. And so that's what the availability set and that VM scale set helps inform Azure to say, hey, I can't have my whole team fail together. Like, they can't all be on the same plane, so spread them out. And so when you have loose VMs, Azure doesn't know how to spread them out. So we can't guarantee that they won't be on the same plane, right? So if that bird goes down, you're in trouble. The availability set and the VM scale set allows us to okay, like you told us, they're working together, so I'm going to spread them, so that nobody, they're kind of distributed across these fault domains, so that if a fault domain does go down, which it can happen, right? And it does happen, and you should plan for it to happen, plan for failure, right? Then the impact will be minimized as much as possible, right? Now, the last thing I wanted to point out is another construct called the proximity placement groups, which is a slight variation, and it was kind of hard to do this on my graphic here, but they can be used in conjunction with availability sets and VM scale sets, but essentially it's like when you want to have those virtual machines close together for like extremely low latency type workloads, where you want the disk and you want the NIC and all that stuff to be as close together within the data center as possible. It can still span the fault domains, right? So you can still have that resiliency when used in conjunction with availability sets. It's kind of up to you if you want to trade off the resiliency for the performance that you might get. So I just wanted to make that out there. Now, this is all fault domain-based resiliency. Now, Azure's introducing availability zone-based resiliency through rolling out availability zones to all of our regions. And so what does that look like? Well, here we are. Oh, I don't even have the display here. So availability zones takes it up another level, right? So it's no longer at the rack level or the piece of hardware within the data center. We treat the data center itself as a fault boundary, within the workload, right? So previously, if you provision an availability set, all of your workloads would go within one of those data centers. When you provision across availability zones, then your workloads are going to be spread across those data centers. And so in this case, like with loose VMs, we give you the control, just like other cloud platforms, Brad, I'm looking at you, to explicitly set, okay, I've got 3 VMs, Bob, Sally, and Fred, and I want Bob in AZ1, I want Sally in AZ2, and I want Fred in AZ3, right? You can explicitly set that on the VM. So loose VMs, you have that ability to do that right away. With a VM scale set, it's a little bit different. We established, we don't know all the names, they're not pets, it's like a dynamically scalable set of compute. We give you the option to say, okay, this is kind of like an auto-scaling group, like what zones do I want this VM scale set to provision into, right? So you can inform Azure, like what zones are going to be available to this VM scale set. So how does that play out? Well, by default, when you tell the VM scale set, hey, you can provision to 2 or more zones, here are the zones I want you to provision to, it's going to do a best effort allocation, across the available capacity. That at least guarantees you to be provisioned, if you've got 3 VMs, they're going to be allocated in 2 or more availability zones, right? However, what happens if AZ2 goes down? I've got 3 VMs up and running, 2/3 of my workload is sitting in AZ2. So if AZ2 goes down, my capacity for my application gets cut at the knees to 33%, right? 1/3 of my traffic could be, can be handled, right? This could be potentially bad. So how do we solve that? We need to solve that by setting a flag to tell the VM scale set, by the way, not only do I want to make these zones available to you to provision in, it's actually really important to me personally that you spread my nodes evenly across these availability zones. There's a difference, and this is an important thing, between zone redundancy, meaning 2 or more, and zone resiliency, which means equally distributed. And we'll see how that plays out even more when we talk about Kubernetes workloads, because it gets even more tricky. So there's a zone balancing flag on the VM scale set that you need to set. So this is an important gotcha. Because a lot of times people think, oh, I'm enabling zones on my VM scale set, I'm good, right? But no, AZ2 fails, you get calls on your personal phone from the business people like, what the heck, why is our app failing? Well, I thought it was zone redundant, but you're in big trouble. So now let's talk about Azure Kubernetes Service, okay? Because we've got the base layer of our compute foundation for the hosting of our application. Now we want to use a higher order service to allow us to deploy our applications using Kubernetes. So we know with Kubernetes, this is kind of a funny way to think about it, I get it, because virtual machines are inherently not physical, but there's a physical layer of Kubernetes, and then there's a logical layer. And the physical layer, in my mind, is the nodes, right? It's your compute, it's the infrastructure that powers your Kubernetes cluster. And how many people have rolled your own Kubernetes cluster? I thought so. Yeah, there we go, Brad, a couple. So yes, like you can go set up a bare metal Kubernetes cluster. A lot of people do. Like I know for a fact Samsung does. Like most of their data centers, Samsung's data centers are just bare metal Kubernetes. But when you run AKS or managed Kubernetes offering on one of the hyperscalers, the underlying nodes are going to be virtual machines. You layer on top of that physical infrastructure a logical layer that exists only within the mind of Kubernetes. And so these are logical constructs that get provisioned within the Kubernetes control plane that drive how your application gets deployed, how these containers within these pods get deployed onto the underlying infrastructure. And so, yeah, the idea would be if I have my application, this service, and I want to have 3 replicas of it, I'm going to have a pod, 3 pods. I want each of those pods to go to each of my VMs, to be spread across each of my availability zones. But there's a spoiler alert that it takes a little bit more to, just like with VM scale sets, you kind of have to tell Kubernetes that it really matters to you that they get spread across all of the zones. But before we get into that, I wanted to talk about the cluster autoscaler for AKS. And so this is basically allowing Kubernetes, to scale, just like with those VM scale sets, the virtual machines that support the cluster. So you got your application deployed with pods, and they're running well on these 3 nodes within the cluster. But let's say you add a whole bunch more pods, to do whatever. Maybe it's a busy week and you need to scale up your app. Maybe other teams want to, join the party on your cluster. Whatever. Basically, there's going to be more pods that are going to be running on these same VMs. It's not going to work. So the cluster autoscaler can expand the nodes, the physical infrastructure of the Kubernetes cluster, to support that load. This is called a scale-out scenario that the cluster autoscaler takes care of for us. Another scenario is, okay, I've got my application with 3 pods, and each of those pods are deployed to 3 VMs, VM1, VM2, VM3. What happens when VM3 dies? Now this could be just, VM3 just had a bad day, it's April 20th, like stuff happens. Or it could be the zone just went out. It's also April 20th, somebody had a little too much fun on the backhoe, right? And, zone 3 goes down. It's a joke. These are my personal opinions, by the way, okay. So the cluster autoscaler steps in, spins up a new node in a healthy zone, and our pods are now scheduled across those new nodes. This is called an outage recovery scenario. And so basically the combination of Kubernetes and the cluster autoscaler allows Kubernetes to kind of take over the resiliency of the platform, but you have to communicate to Kubernetes exactly what you want. Because like we saw previously with the VMs, we had to tell Azure, hey, it's really, really important to me that these nodes within this VM scale set get spread evenly across the AZs within this region, West US. With Kubernetes, I might assume that if I have 3 pods and I have 3 nodes in my cluster, that Kubernetes will just put 2 and 2 together and be like, yeah, okay, yeah, we're going to put 1 on each node. But there's no guarantee of that. The scheduler, the system services of Kubernetes could just as well say, well, you know what? I have enough resources on this node, so I'll just slam that pod in there. No problem, right? Because the user, me, person on kubectl or whatever, didn't specify that it was really, really important that that pod actually needs to be over there. So what happens? We're in the same situation. Even though the Azure infrastructure is balanced across all 3 availability zones, the pods aren't. So in a sense, like I'm back to square one, right? So it's important that you understand both the infrastructure layer that you're sitting on, and that's resilient, that's step 1. But then step 2, the application layer that you're using, or the platform layer, in this case Kubernetes, that sits on top of that infrastructure needs to be resilient as well. And so the way that you do that, in this case with Kubernetes, Kubernetes has this magical logical layer with all sorts of like anatomical things that you can go learn about, deployment, services, pods, config maps, yada, yada, lots of things to learn. There's this also thing called topology spread constraints. That's a mouthful. But basically, long story short, it's an annotation on your service or your application that tells Kubernetes, look, it's really, really important that these pods get distributed across my nodes in a certain way. The attributes it use are the topology key. That's the first setting. And Kubernetes has all sorts of ways that you can do this spread, right? Because Kubernetes is like the Swiss Army knife, right? There's so many different ways of configuring it. One of those attributes is this one, which is essentially the zone. Now, AKS, and I'm sure that the other managed Kubernetes offerings on other platforms, knows how to populate that value on your node. If you're going to roll your own cluster, you probably need to populate that value yourself somehow, right? But AKS takes care of that for you. So the topology key, basically, if we assume these nodes are spread across the availability zones on our VM scale set, then these nodes are all going to report to Kubernetes, hey, I'm in zone 1, I'm in zone 2, I'm in zone 3, right? And then we're telling Kubernetes these pods need to be spread across this aspect, which is the zone. The next thing that we have is called max skew. Now, skew is a magic word that basically means offset from normal, right? And so if we assume equal distribution is normal, max skew is like, okay, if we have one pod, then 2 pods would be +1 skew from normal, right? That means that each of these nodes will never have more than 2 pods than the other one, right? Which basically means as we scale up, we go from 3 pods to 4 pods to 5 pods to 10 pods to 100 pods, right? Those pods are going to get stacked evenly across the infrastructure. And of course, the cluster autoscaler is, as we run out of resources on those nodes, is going to be stretching out these nodes as well, which then Kubernetes is going to, keep that level. So that's what max skew does. Another one is when unsatisfiable. Gotta love Kubernetes. They've got the most clear and obvious way of naming things, but when unsatisfiable. Basically, in this situation, that means, okay, I've got a bunch of nodes in my cluster. Some of them are in AZ1, 2, and 3, and I'm trying to spread across zones. Let's say AZ3 goes down completely. Somebody had fun on the backhoe, AZ3's down. Now, Kubernetes says, hey, I want to schedule these pods to VM3 because I need to distribute them across all the AZs, but VM3 is dead. It's unhealthy. This topology spread constraint is no longer satisfiable. Like Kubernetes literally cannot schedule the pod to that VM. So what do we tell it to do? Just schedule it anyway, pal. Just do it. There's other options there, which is, don't schedule at all, right? And you might have reasons to do that, but in this case, if an AZ goes down, we don't want our application to be chopped in half, like to reduce the capacity. So we're going to have Kubernetes redistribute those pods to healthy nodes to help keep the traffic flowing. So this is an important configuration at the platform layer, right, in order to make sure that your application is resilient. And so what that changes in this picture is instead of just letting Kubernetes do whatever it feels like, right, and we might get lucky and it might put that pod over there, or it might put it here. We kind of like to be sure. So we apply that topology spread constraint, and we explicitly tell Kubernetes how important it is for us to have our workload distributed across all these nodes, across all of these AZs. And so that, is, that's it. I mean, that's how you can achieve zone-based resiliency, fault domain-based resiliency, the pros and cons between fault domain-based resiliency and availability zone-based resiliency, and why it's so important that you need to have a solid infrastructure with that resiliency built in, but then also your job's not done yet, right? Because your application and the platforms that you lay on top of that infrastructure need to also take advantage of that resiliency that you built into your infrastructure. So that's it. I hope you guys like that. This is me. I am the Azure Terraformer. You can find me on LinkedIn and Twitter or YouTube, and I do lots of semi-educational content on there. So thank you guys for coming. Drake and I organized this meetup, and we try and meet Wednesdays. What is it, second or third Wednesday? Fourth Wednesday? Drake's the brains behind the organization, okay? So
Then we're in trouble.
Yeah. So thanks for coming. I don't know, Drake.
Questions.
Oh, yeah, questions. Yeah. Yes, what's up?
Thank you so much today, Mark. Wonderful presentation. Just on a very high level, what happens when, say, an application requires communication between pods, and like we did before, the pods are literally physically scheduled across multiple available zones.
Yeah.
Would the latency become an issue in that case?
So that's one of the reasons why you'd want to have, you know, the availability zone resiliency, because the latency between availability zones is relatively low, right? So you can run low latency workloads like Cassandra, like Kubernetes, like Kafka, and run it with across availability zones. So you are taking advantage of that. Does that answer your question? Or was your question more about like how do we facilitate east-west traffic within a Kubernetes cluster?
I think you already answered it. It's the region that's causing more latency issues, not the availability zone themselves.
Yes.
Those are close.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And the region, typically when you do replication cross region, it's asynchronous. But within an availability zone, we can tolerate synchronous replication, you know, across the AZs. Yeah, that's one. And Cosmos DB, we were talking about it earlier. That's one of the reasons why Cosmos DB is such a lifesaver, because it makes it super brain dead easy to do cross-region data replication, right? So you can, you know, deploy your databases across regions. What's up?
I'm gonna ask my stupid question. I read all this theory about like resiliency and if data centers go down. Has Azure had data centers gone down? If so, how?
Yeah.
Like, were there earthquakes or like what happened? Like, have you ever had a whole availability zone go down? Like,
yeah, we've had availability zones go down. Yeah.
I haven't been on Azure that long. So like, what happened?
Well, I mean, I will guarantee you this: every time we have an incident like that, we do a very thorough root cause analysis, and we figure out, we ask all the whys. You know, why did this? Why did this? Why did this? To try and solve that problem, and that's part of what my team does. You know, at Microsoft, like we solve cross-cutting issues in the core platform, and yeah, with a focus on resiliency. So,
But like, are you saying it's internal errors, or is it like wildfires or nuclear war? Like, I mean, how does it happen?
We are operating a platform, right? Yeah. So, like, I mean, we're dependent. We have our own dependencies: power, water, you know, intercontinental fiber optic cables. You know, I mean, there's a lot that can go wrong. You know.
You can only get 9s of reliability at a certain point, nothing beyond that.
Yeah.
Just 9s.
Yeah.
So sorry for the politician's answer, but you could probably get more information out of CNN, to be honest. What's up?
Is there a reason why you chose West US?
No, I just randomly picked it. It's not like, honestly, so as a Microsoft employee, we get, you know, slapped anytime we try and take capacity from paying customers. So like one of my favorite regions is West US 3, just because I don't really run into capacity issues there. But you know, every once in a while, if I leave something running long enough, like I get an email that says, we deprovisioned like this AKS cluster that you're running. Have a nice day. And you know, that's what you get when when you work at Microsoft. Like, you guys, our customers, are way more important than me running, you know, whatever mad science project that I've got going on. So, yeah, no specific reason on West US. Yeah.
It actually doesn't have availability zones.
Oh,
I've seen like
yeah, I randomly picked it. Yeah, that was unlucky.
So you don't happen to know when it's going to be available.
So the older regions that we're rolling out, that is a funny hack, man. I'm sure all the older regions that don't have AZs yet, we have like timelines for when that's going to be rolled out. But yeah, that was an unlucky random selection of mine.
For the record, every one of our regions had availability zones.
Thanks, Brad.
Do we end the talk on AWS one-upping Azure?
What's that?
Do we end the conference in AWS one-upping Azure? Or do we have one more question?
Yeah, one more. We got a question. Yeah, sure.
More question?
No, I'll ask a question.
Last one.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about the differences between Thank you. I was kind of curious about the differences between the different types of scale set. So you have the scale set, I believe the availability set is what you mentioned,
Yeah.
right? And then the proximity-based set, right? Was that the
Proximity placement group.
proximity placement group?
Yep.
So I was kind of curious if there were any like financial like price differences between those three. I would imagine so, but I was kind of curious if you would be able to go into a little more depth about that.
No, I don't think you just pay for the compute that spins up. The availability sets are free, from what I understand, because it's really just you telling us like, hey, these guys are on the same team, right? And Brad, that's a valid like crit. I think I wasn't there at the time, but like I think at the time like the idea was, oh, it's easier. You don't have to explicitly set the availability zone. These availability sets kind of abstract some of that away from you, but I think thinking has evolved. There's actually multiple layers now within Azure. We still have the fault domain resiliency, but we're adding another layer of at the AZ level. So it's kind of like tiered. So you have region-based, AZ-based, and then fault domain-based internally within the platform. But I think long-term, like the fault domain-based resiliency will be more abstracted from the end users, right? And that'll be something that we just use internally.
All right, thank you for clarifying.
Sweet. Thank you again.
Thank you.
You're free. Okay. I'll be fast. You're like 30 seconds away from being free. So thank you everybody for coming out. First one of these we put on since the reformation of the group. Really glad to see the turnout, even though we scheduled it a little bit too late, it seems. People all dropping to go party. So thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our sponsor, Leading Edge. And then a special thank you with Mark, Noel, and Cooper. They all were here before 1 p.m., like setting stuff up, setting up the cameras. You don't want to know how many chairs he had to carry in, and Noel is obviously the one that got the location, set up a bunch of things. So it would not have happened without them. Big thanks. And we have an exit survey. It's like 6 questions. It's just, what should we do better next time? And then also, how much experience you have with Azure. It should take you 3 minutes. Please fill out. I assume we can share it through the YouTube later.
Sure.
And that, I'm gonna leave this slide up, but I believe that is the last, that's the last thing I got. You are free. Go socialize. I think there's more soda.
4.5 hours on the live stream. Okay, like dang.
I'm a little tired.
Thank you guys for coming. Yeah. Group photo?
Yeah. Oh yeah, group photo. We always should do a group photo.
Okay.
Group photo. Do I put back up the
I mean,
logo?
we could probably just stand in front of this. Yeah, put the logo and just everybody stand in front of this.
Everybody come on up.
We're
stealing your likeness. Do we give the AWS rep the camera so he doesn't have to be in it?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Is your phone better than mine?
I mean, it's just recording. Like, we just have to stand and pose in front of this thing. Yeah.
I guess I was just in the corner.
What?
I'm just processing. I'm really tired.
Yeah. This
Oh, yeah,
camera,
that
right?
probably makes sense.
This is the angle?
Or we could just have somebody take a picture.
Yeah, I'll probably just have somebody take a picture.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, is everybody in the front short spot or sit on the steps?
No.
I'll share.
It's too busy to use it.
How are we doing? Sitting, some sitting?
Kind of a back
I'm
guy.
short, so
Yeah.
we'll be in the back, so I'm not seen.
I know where I'm supposed to be going forward.
As well, yeah. I'll sit next to you, buddy.
Can we see everybody? All right, let's zoom in, and in 3, 2, 1.
I'm just taking a lot for blaming.
I didn't take it.
Thank you guys for
Be careful.
suffering.
Yeah.
very much. Thank you. 4.5 hours.
There's a lot of stuff wrapped in
So you go to quick coffee? It's a good time.
I know Ron lives there.
It's usually inside. And it's a lot of students doing interviews in the job market. Matt, great presentation.
Yours as well. I'm glad I stayed for it.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I got a lot to learn from you, Matt.
People talk to come here.
Oh, nice. Good. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know all of it. I'm not so up to speed on all the certs since I've been Microsoft. But yeah, like I got like the architecture cert a long time ago. I make a lot of content on Terraform. I've been thinking about doing like a training course for like, I think it's AZ 104, but like with the Terraform build. Now, do you have a traditional like coding background? Or, oh, what do you play? Trumpet. Okay.
My wife is
Shit, I just forgot. Oh, the raffle. Oh, the raffle. Drake. Drake.
This is interesting to me, you know. I don't know. I can't just switch everywhere because I also data one. Like, it's just waiting. There's one.
Drake. We didn't give out the prizes.
Oh, want to do it now?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, crap.
That was actually on my to-do list.
I know.
We're doing like 30% capacity. It was all one availability zone to shut down.
So, hey everybody. We forgot to give out the prizes. So, I have 5 tickets, a set of 3 and a set of 2.
What day are they for?
May 24th. It's a Friday. And then I have a Bluetooth speaker called the Clip 3.
That looks like a waffle iron.
It's kind of cool. Like you can clip it onto your belt and stuff, and go jogging.
Yeah.
So I guess anybody that wants to do the raffle, let's count by number. I saw you guys do this at a meetup one time. So count by number, and then I'll do a random number, and then you can pick whichever one you want.
I'm not in town that day, so I'm.
All right. So who wants to do the raffle? Raise your hand. And all right. So
1, 2,
3, 4, 5,
6,
7, 8, 9.
what are you? Are you in this? You don't want anything? Okay. You're too cool. All right. You guys all remember your numbers? Oh God.
Number generator.
I don't know. I'm gonna go to random.org.
We'll just
So, what was the last number? You were.
9.
Does anybody have a number bigger than 9?
You could.
Okay.
You could. Come on.
Mod that by 9 or by 10.
Wouldn't that still be 9?
All right. I will make sure that we have a range 0 to 10,
Then 9 would be.
just in case. So, we'll throw out 0 and 10.
Right.
Number 7. Who is 7? Yes. What do you want? Speaker. You want the speaker?
Yes, please.
Okay. Not a Mozart fan. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, I got the speaker now. So
Yeah, you can listen to Mozart.
whenever I want.
Okay, yeah, that's true. All right, so here we go. 4. We got 2 tickets or 3?
What ticket is this?
It's to
got this.
Mozart.
I'll get a 2.
2? Okay. All right. Those are really good seats, by the way. Like $90 per seat. They're good seats.
And you will not be far from me, because I never miss the Columbus Symphony. So.
Were you there last night?
I was there last night.
I was there too.
Were you?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. I'm in 109A in the Loge.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was in the mezzanine. So my wife is Principal Horner.
Oh, cool.
If I come up, skip me. It's wasted on me.
Okay. Yeah, you get for free.
Yeah.
Next up is 5. Who's 5? That's you? All right. Here you go, man. You got it. You got the wheel. You can take both your girlfriends.
Wait, so you go to the Columbus Symphony all the time?
I'm a member. I subscribe.
Okay, yeah.
The season's pass or whatever.
Very cool.
And I don't know. I do it.
Yeah, that's why I moved down here. My wife's a new Principal Horner.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It was. Last night was very. So you were there last night?
I was there. Yeah.
What'd you think of the first piece?
I'm like the second